All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome. If you are new, thank you guys, as always, for waiting patiently for the show to actually start. Always kind of enjoy, the last, I'd say, like 30 seconds, sometimes up to a minute, just kind of seeing you guys chat, seeing what you're talking about. Sometimes it could be quite surprising what people are talking about, but yeah, appreciate you guys being here today. I hope everybody is doing well. I hope your Sunday is going well. I hope you're having a good weekend in general. We have our Sunday stream today. We have some PlayStation topics. We are going to discuss more PlayStation 5 updates, but that's not the only thing we're going to be talking about. I'm going to give you a rundown of the topics I plan to discuss over the course of this stream. Always keep in mind, because of the nature of these streams, we never really know which direction they're going to go in. So because of that, even though I'm listing the topics to you, there could be a chance we may not get to one or a few of them. But today, I will say nothing we're talking about is really too substantial, and things, have been pretty quiet this weekend so far. So I feel confident in saying we will be able to get through all of these topics today. At least that's my hope anyway. And so, yeah, before I give you a rundown of the topics, I do just want to give a shout out to this community once again. Appreciate the continued support. I do want to let all of my channel members know, or anybody who may end up becoming a channel member relatively soon. Yesterday, I put out some more members exclusive content. It is a 20-minute Q&A video where I took some questions from members and answered them as best I could. So, yeah, if that's something you're interested in, be sure to go check that out. It seems like most of you guys were enjoying that. So, all right. So I want to say this too. This is for channel members as well. When it comes to next Saturday and what I plan to do content-wise, there's something I want to do. I'm not going to say exactly what it is yet because it could change. It really depends on where I'm at, but I'm hoping, again, I don't want to get anybody too excited here. I'm hoping to do something a little bit different when it comes to members exclusive content this Saturday. So yeah. And with that being said, I do want to just let you guys know some ways you can support me, some ways you can support my content, my channel, and the community. As I always say, becoming a channel member, like I said, if you become a channel member, you get access to some exclusive perks. One of the main perks being that you get access to exclusive members-only content, and on top of that, you get members-exclusive emojis that you can use in the chat or in comments. Gifting memberships. This is something that you guys continue to do on the channel. It's a big deal because it helps grow the community. It's not only a great way for you to support my channel directly and my content, but you're also gifting the community and growing it, and people are very much appreciative of that. So consider doing that, or consider donating a super chat. Super chats, as we see here, I have two that I'm going to read momentarily, are a great way for you to support my content here directly and also get involved with the conversation and possibly take the stream into a different direction, depending on what your super chat pertains. So thank you guys so much to everybody, again, who supports this channel. I simply couldn't do what I do here without you guys. And really quick, because I've been seeing some people asking, have I played Sekiro yet? So you'll have to bear with me. I do still plan on playing Sekiro. The reason why I haven't gotten to it yet is simply because I'm too busy playing Remnant 2. I talked to you guys about this recently, and I might talk about it a little bit more, but my initial impressions of Remnant 2 were not too great. I wasn't feeling too good about it. I was almost maybe regretting my decision to buy the game. But I told you guys I would stick with it. I would play it more, see it through, at the very least, complete the game. And I think by this point I've sunk about 35 hours into it, give or take. And honestly, it really did grow on me. I'm enjoying it a lot more than I thought I would. It's pretty fun. I've been playing cooperatively with some friends. I've been playing solo. And yeah, there's more depth to the game than I anticipated and what I was expecting. So I'm happy to say that. I've been enjoying it, and I'm hoping I can platinum it. I have, I think, 26 or 27 out of 51 trophies unlocked so far for Remnant 2, so I want to see if I can platinum it. But I do plan to get to Sekiro very soon. Very, very soon. Um, and that's all I'm going to say on that. So I'll update you guys throughout the week. We have more streams I'll be doing this week. But I guess what I'll say is this upcoming week at some point is when I plan to start playing Sekiro. Now, I don't plan on platinuming that game. I don't think I could. At this point, I'm questioning if I'm even going to be able to get past the first boss or a couple of bosses, or let alone beat the game. So we'll see. We'll see how that journey goes. But I will be doing my first Sekiro attempt this upcoming week. It's going to be a tough week for MBG. Well, look, I made it clear that I always appreciate the recommendations you guys give me, and I always, eventually, with some of them, well, not always, but eventually with some of them, I give them a chance. And I'm just going to make it clear, if I put a couple of hours into Sekiro and it's just like, dude, I can't do this, like I hate this, I'm not going to force myself to play it. But, I like From Software, so I'm hoping I will enjoy it. With that being said, though, guys, one last thing I want to mention, another way you can help support the channel. Hit that like button for me. We have almost 300 people here, which is awesome. So if you could just take a second out of your time, hit that like button. It helps with YouTube's algorithm, helps, kind of put the stream out in front of new faces so we can maybe get new people in here on the channel and grow this community. So thank you guys for that. I'm going to read these two super chats. Salvazard06 saying, "What's up, MBG? Sweet Tooth in the thumbnail got me thinking, what if Twisted Metal came back as a kart racer, or would it come back original? Destruction All-Stars didn't hit with car combat with the car combat loop." It's a great question, and actually that is something I do plan on talking about today. So I'm not gonna go too deep into it, because this is, again, a topic I want to discuss. But you're basically asking, could it potentially come back as a kart racer? To that, I'm going to say definitely not. I just don't see Sony doing a kart racer ever again. I mean, well, maybe not ever again, but not anytime remotely soon. Sony doesn't seem to have much interest in pursuing those types of games, right? Like, we don't really see them doing too much in the, well, I mean, look, let me take a couple steps back here. I think what I mean to say is, when it comes to Twisted Metal, I do not see it ever turning into a kart racer, specifically Twisted Metal. I could see maybe down the line eventually Sony doing a kart racer at some point, but it won't be Twisted Metal. The reason why I say that is because that's not what Twisted Metal is. And I think that would get a lot of backlash. I do. I think that a lot of people, a lot of original Twisted Metal fans would be like, what are you doing? That's not, at least that's my assumption. I could be wrong. Who knows? Maybe Twisted Metal fans would love that. But I feel like that's just not what the game is. And that's not really what it was ever meant to be. So I feel like if we were to get a kart racer from Sony, it would be something like new. Like, I don't know, maybe like a, again, like we talked last week about like a PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale 2. It would be really cool to see something like that, but I just don't think Sony is of that mindset anymore. But if they were to ever do a kart racer, I could see them kind of going in that direction again, kind of getting all of PlayStation's mascots and all the games they're known for. But it's a good question. You're saying, and then you mentioned here, like, would it come back like with the original type of gameplay? You're saying this Destruction All-Stars kind of had that with car combat, but the gameplay loop of Destruction All-Stars didn't stick. So it's a good thing to point out. It is true that Destruction All-Stars really didn't, it didn't really capture people and hold their attention much at all. And I played Destruction All-Stars more than I realized, actually. I think at some point I was trying to get the platinum for that game, but I ended up giving up on it. And I played it so much because it was just a free PS Plus game. And what's interesting about Destruction All-Stars is it had the potential. It did. Like, the driving felt pretty smooth. I mean, just the arenas felt cool. Like, I kind of understood what they were going for, and the potential was there. The concept was strong, I think, but the execution is where they failed. And I think that the reason why Destruction All-Stars ultimately failed was because the car combat was way too simple, way too boring, way too basic. It was basically just ram people and then build up your special. And the specials were kind of cool, but even then, I don't know, they didn't do enough. And I feel like that's maybe the real challenge of bringing a game like Twisted Metal back in 2023 or 2024 or whatever. It's the idea of how do you flesh this out? How do you make this interesting enough and engaging enough and have enough depth, frankly? I think that's kind of what I'm trying to get at here is Destruction All-Stars lacked depth in all regards. You know, they had the over-the-top aesthetic, which I didn't really appreciate. A lot of it was very cringe. You know, they tried to flesh out the personalities of the drivers and the characters, but it just didn't land. And I think it's just simply because it's like when you went to go actually play the game, that depth just wasn't there. So I think that's what a modern day Twisted Metal would need, and that's the challenge, right? Like I'm not a game dev. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you add that depth to a modern day Twisted Metal, but hopefully if Sony does bring it back, they do that. And really quick, we have Gavin House. Let's get some W's in the chat. Let's get some goats in the chat. I don't know. You can put whatever you want in the chat. Because I feel like we do W's a lot, which is fine. We can stick with that. But Gavin House gifts a membership, gets us started off here today. You'll have to, again, just to let everybody know, I have the member goal set to 50. That is in no way insinuating that I expect to get to 50 or that's what, that is not the expectation. I'm simply just putting that as the start because you never know. Sometimes we get these crazy membership trains and they come in out of nowhere. And when that happens, I have to stop to update the member goal manually like 10 plus times. So in order to kind of avoid that, I just figured we'll start with that. And again, not at all an expectation, but Gavin, thank you so much for that, man. Really appreciate you showing some support, gifting the community. Shout out to you for that, bud. And I'll have to give you a
We're going to heal
Venom for that.
the world.
Let me see. And so, yeah, Salvazard, I appreciate that super chat, man. We're going to talk a little bit more about Twisted Metal later on in the stream. I see somebody asking, MBG, are you considering Armored Core 6? It's up in the air for me right now. It's going to be truly dependent on what I'm playing when it releases. Because for me, Armored Core 6 is not like a day one must play. It looks pretty good. I mean, it's From Software. Never doubt From Software, right? I'll probably be playing Sekiro. As funny as that sounds. And we have Hanzo Reza coming in, dropping 5 membership gifts. Huge shout out to Hanzo following up Gavin House. That brings us up to 6 new members on the day. Absolutely love to see it. Thank you so much for that, Hanzo. Always appreciate the generosity of this community, keeping that membership train going stream after stream after stream. So Hanzo,
Thank you. Appreciate it.
thank you, bud. And what else? I'll give you. Who is that in your? I'm trying to figure. That's an interesting profile picture. I don't know what that. I see the PlayStation logo. It looks like a half of a person's face. I'm not sure who that is, but
I sacrificed everything.
reminds me of Jin Sakai a little bit. So I'll give you Jin Sakai. So Hanzo, thank you so much, man. Let me update the membership goal here. Just take a second. By the way, every time I hit that, are you guys hearing the notification? I think it's like a PlayStation Platinum sound. I asked you this last week, but last week it was kind of broken, so I wasn't sure if it was coming. You're saying that is me. My friend from Japan drew it for me. Oh, that's awesome, dude. Very cool. Very cool, Hanzo. I like it. And you guys are saying, no, it's not coming through? Okay. That's reassuring. That's reassuring. We need a Jin Sakai soundbite. I do have one. Check it out. This is my Jin Sakai soundbite. Let me know. You'll have to give me some feedback here. I'm going to play the Jin Sakai soundbite. Let me know how the volume is. I think I have it as high as it can go. So here you go.
I sacrificed everything for my people. And I would do it again.
Yeah, that's my bad. I keep talking over it. Hopefully it came through that time. It's good. Yeah, I mean, I tried to find one of the... It's a, like kind of an intense soundbite, but I wanted to find one that really kind of, I think, encapsulates Jin. Jin Sakai is one of my favorite characters. So saying Helldivers 2 has been rated by the ESRB. Yes. We need that release date, man. I need that Helldivers 2 release date. They call me Mr. Kruger asking me if I got the Spider-Man 2 plates. We're going to talk about that as well. You know what? I apologize. Taking way too long with the intro. So, once again, Gavin House, Hanzo, thank you guys so much for the support, man. Really appreciate those memberships, those membership gifts. And Salvazard, thank you for that. I have one more super chat here from DeRock. I'm going to read this, and then I'm going to let you guys know the topics we're discussing, and then we're going to dive right into the first topic. So, DeRock, you're saying, what's up, MBG? This is Mike. Before that, couldn't see the stream until I refreshed. LOL. Oh, dude. Yeah, that was crazy, man. You're saying, I got an SSD WD SN850X with the heatsink, and it works great. Have you gotten an internal SSD for yours, and which one? Well, Mike or DeRock, whatever you want to be called, I have not gotten an SSD, and the reason for this is because there's no need for one. Really, I have not run into a problem yet where I've run out of space on my PS5. I think it's just because of the way I play games. When I'm finished playing them, I usually know whether or not I'm going to go back to them or not. And if I mean, it's very rare that when I fully complete a game, like in this case, I'm talking about like platinuming a game. It's very, very rare that I have any intention of going back to that. Slay behind me? Oh, there they are. Going back to that game anytime soon. Like, I may go back to it at some point in the future, but not at anytime soon. A great example of this is like Final Fantasy 16, right? I just put 100 hours in that game, played it for like a month straight, got the platinum. I've extracted everything out of that game I could possibly get from it. Ironically enough, I haven't actually deleted it off my system yet. I think it's just because I kind of like scrolling over it and seeing the platinum, or just seeing like the completion, and I don't know, the music plays as well. But I guess what I'm saying is I'll probably delete it soon, right? Like when I install another game, just because it's like, I don't plan on playing it anytime soon. You're saying Abandon lives on your SSD. That's funny. But, the thing is, when it comes to these SSDs for the PS5, what I've noticed is they apparently have went down in price quite significantly, and they're like easier to, or not easier, but they're more affordable than ever before, and there's more of them to choose from than ever before. And I think that's really cool. I think Sony, and specifically Mark Cerny, when he talked about this on the road to PS5, they made a really smart choice by making it so that, people will have options. You can choose to buy what you want and install that into your PS5. And I think, some people at the time were a little bit nervous. Is it going to be difficult to install it? What if I'm using the heatsink? And Sony put out a whole tutorial video, and it's very simple. Pretty much anybody can do it as long as you watch the video. It just takes like a couple minutes, really. And in the future, I might. And that's true. Yeah, most of my PS5 games are on disc. So because of that, I have, it's just easier for me to delete a game, basically. Like, I don't have to worry about massive downloads usually. I mean, of course, even with a lot of games on disc, they have significant like patches and updates and stuff. But generally speaking, man, I've been pretty good. It's not a problem I've run into yet. I'm not the kind of person that plays like 6 or 7 or 8 games at one time. I could never do that. I'm usually at most playing 2 to 3 games at once. And so it's, I remember when the PS5, when we first learned that it, what is it, like 850 gigabytes, I think, or something like that. A lot of people were very upset about that, and some people still are. I think it was kind of justified if you're the type of person who, likes to keep your games downloaded. I get that, but to me, I never really thought that was a problem or a big deal, because I just always kind of had the feeling like, I don't know, man, I've never run into this problem. I just never really have. So we'll see. I'll update you guys on that as we go further into the generation. I mean, we're almost 3 years into it at this point, and I have yet to run into that problem. Who knows? Maybe by the 4th, 5th, 6th year, we'll see. And we got Corey, the legend, the legendary Landiga, coming in, dropping a 10 bomb, following up Hanzo's 5 and Gavin's 1, bringing us up to 14 members on the day. Huge shout out to Corey, actually bringing us up to 16 members. That took a second to update there. So coming in out of nowhere, showing some big support to this community. Really appreciate that, Corey. As we said, he's a legend around these parts. He just continues to give to this community, to dole out these membership gifts. And because of that, we are now at 16 on the day. Corey, let me give you...
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Kratos, thank you. And how about a... Corey, let me know, man. Which soundbite do you want, man? I got to start doing that more often. It's tough. Like, I want to ask people what sound bites they want, but sometimes there's a bit of a delay, so I could just be sitting here awkwardly waiting for them to let me know. But I always try to do the sound bites that I feel like people are going to like, that they're going to want. It's a good one, Corey.
Kept you waiting, huh?
What the hell was that? I swear I just heard glass shatter. Maybe I'm losing it. Hopefully not. But there you go. Corey requested a kept you waiting. I feel like I always forget that I have that. Always forget that I have that. So yeah, dude, Corey, thank you so much, man. Keeping the membership train going. Let me bump this up here. Thanks to Corey's 10 bomb, we are now at 16 on the day. Awesome to see, man. Really appreciate the continued support of this community. There we go. Yeah, the glass. I don't know. I'm like, I don't know if I should like go. I'm pretty. I don't know. I don't think it was. Yeah, message my wife and ask. Because if that's not what that was, then I'm not sure what else it could have been. MBG keeping us waiting on the topics. I know, man. I think everybody's kind of used to it by now. Honestly, though, with the streams, like, you know, it usually takes a good 20 to 30 minutes before we really get into the actual topics, which is fine, though. I kind of like that aspect of the stream where it's more free flowing. It just makes it easier for me to kind of settle in, you know. But I appreciate you guys bearing with me and being patient. All right, let me see. So, The Rock, again, thank you for the super chat, man. And I'm going to let you know what topics I'm planning on discussing today. A new PS5 model that we've been discussing. I don't know if it's going to be the PlayStation 5 Slim, but that's really, you know, that's what we've been referring to it as. But it's very clear by now that Sony's getting ready to announce some kind of new PS5 model. And, you know, I don't know if they're going to do it in a blog post or what, but they're clearing out their inventory. We are getting, I'm coming across some reports that apparently this new PS5 model is not going to have any liquid metal in it, but apparently it's also going to run cooler. Apparently Sony has really kind of changed up the internals of the PS5, not like GPU or CPU or like performance-wise or anything, but to just basically make it much more efficient. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to be talking about the new Spider-Man 2 accessories and the console and how I just want to have a conversation about that. I tried to, I tried to gauge what was going on with people with this Spider-Man 2 situation on Twitter, on X. God, am I ever going to be able to stop calling it Twitter? I don't know. But it was impossible to keep up. I got so many replies. So I want to talk to you a little bit about that. I want to talk about a upcoming PS5 exclusive that was supposed to be cross-gen, but apparently the cross-gen version seemingly got canceled. We don't have explicit confirmation yet, but it seems highly likely that the PS4 version was canceled, which I think some people might actually be happy about because people have been saying, like, we need to move on and it needs to be PS5 only. And really quick, we got Hellbound, 1981, another legend around these parts. He drops in and he drops 10 membership gifts. Let's get some W's in the chat. Let's get some bombs in the chat. Let's get some goats in the chat for both Corey, Hellbound, you know, all these guys, Hanzo, Gavin, continually supporting this community, continuing with the generosity. Thank you so much for that, Hellbound. That actually brings us up to 26 members on the day. See, this is why Again, it's not necessarily an expectation, but I know how you guys can be when it comes to these membership gifts. So that's why I started with the goal at 50, because we're already over halfway there. Not even into the first topic. You guys crush it every time. So Hellbound, thank you so much for the continued support, man. Let me know which soundbite you would like. I'll give you one of my choosing, and then you can request whichever you like. I'll give you Mark Cerny here.
It's dangerous.
Since we were just talking about a new PS5 model.
Absolute indicator of performance.
Love to see it, man. Let me update this really quickly. 2 10 bombs from 2 legends. Thank you, guys. And we are at 26 on the day. Hellbound says you choose. All right, I'll give you a Crazy Arnold, because I know everybody loves the Crazy Arnold. You can never go wrong with the Crazy Arnold. I really have to expand these sound bites, though. I have to find more keys to allocate new sound bites to. Got to get like a Steven Seagal one, something like that. I got to get that Joker one you guys have been asking for. I know there are others as well. I was looking into a really quick. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, I got to get Clive. There's a couple, man. I got to start writing them down. But Hellbound, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate that. We need Phil on the soundboard. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. That's a tough one. Because like, what quote would it be, you know? We're going to be talking a little bit more about Twisted Metal later on. I started watching the show. I want to give my thoughts on that. Yeah, definitely want to talk about that. And then one of the topics I want to talk about briefly is in regards to Media Molecule. Apparently, I mean, I haven't read this yet, but I have an article that basically talks about Dreams and the reason why it ended, and how apparently Media Molecule struggled to find a sustainable path. So yeah, we'll definitely, hopefully, I don't say definitely, we'll hopefully talk about that. So one more time, guys, hit that like button for me. We are going to dive into the first set of topics here, which talks about this new PS5 model. I have 2 different articles I'm going to be reading. I'm going to read both of them. The first comes from WCCF Tech, and it says the rumored new PS5 model is set to run much cooler than the current models and will not require liquid metal cooling, according to rumors circulating online. And my fault, I actually only have 1 article on this. I don't know why I said 2. Zubitech, who shared videos of Sony's Project Q handheld last week, revealed that the new hardware revision, the CFI 1300 series, will sport a 5nm APU, which shouldn't produce as much heat as the 7nm of the launch PS5 models, and the 6nm of the CFI 1202 series. As such, the console will not feature liquid metal cooling. The article concludes by saying, while we have to take what was revealed about the new PS5 model with a grain of salt, the information does sound believable, considering what we currently know about the yet-to-be-announced hardware revision. As Sony improved efficiency with the CFI 1202 models, it makes sense to bring things a step further with this new model, which the Japanese company will supposedly market as an improved model. See, that's interesting. I don't know that I've heard. I don't know. WCCF Tech doesn't say where they've heard this, and I don't know if they're just assuming this, but that's interesting to me, the notion that Sony is going to actually have a big marketing push for this updated PS5 model to basically call it an improved model in some way. They say the new console is rumored to be compatible with a detachable disk drive and won't be much smaller than the current model. So that's very interesting to me. This idea that the improvements are so significant with this new PS5 model that it actually improves cooling. I did see some people expressing some concern recently where they were, I saw it in my comment section where they were saying there's reports that they're taking away the liquid metal out of the PS5 or the new models. And some people were thinking that this is actually a bad thing because it means that the console's actually going to be worse and Sony's cheaping out. But actually, if this is true, what, Zubitech, I mean, I don't know how reliable he is as a source, but apparently he has had some things before. he's saying that it's going to be a 5 nanometer APU, and because of this, it's going to allow the PS5 to run much cooler. And simply put, that the liquid metal won't actually be necessary. That would be way, way overkill for what the PS5 would need to keep itself cool. You're saying if it improves cooling, then by logic it must be smaller. So there is a contradiction. Yeah, I mean, that's the big question, I think, with this model. I think there are a few questions still with this new PS5 model. I mean, I don't know. I don't know if this is going to be like a big deal. Like, I don't know if Sony's going to make a big deal out of this. Saying MBG, it's improved in the sense of efficiency, meaning it will consume less power, therefore less heat, and same processing capability. All thanks to a better node. Actually, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I guess I didn't think of it that way. If it's more efficient with power consumption, that's actually a good thing, though. I think this is actually a good thing. We've talked before about how this is kind of the direction that Sony was clearly trying to go in, where, I mean, the PS5, when it first launched, people were saying that Sony went kind of overkill a little bit with the cooling solution, but that wasn't necessarily a bad thing, because it was pretty clear that Sony was a bit nervous, where they would rather go overboard and ensure that no matter what, this console's not going to overheat. Like, we're not going to have a red ring of death situation with the PS5. We're not going to risk that. We're going to go, we're going to go all out with the cooling. And I still have my launch model PS5. Dude, I mean, the amount of hours I've sunk into this console, people talking about like Final Fantasy 16, their console overheating or shutting down. I mean, dude, there were days where I was playing Final Fantasy 16 for like 8 hours straight, which is crazy to think. Not once had this problem, like my console never overheated. I've never had this problem. Granted, I do try to clean it. I take care of it. But I'm really interested to see like how big of a difference this really makes. The big question that I have here, and this is really the biggest question, is how is Sony planning on announcing this? Because I just get this feeling that you're saying, bro, 8 hours, get a life. Dude, I told you I was no lifing Final Fantasy. I wasn't kidding. It was bad, dude. I won't lie. Like, even I thought to myself, like, this is a bit much. But I was addicted to it, man. I was addicted to it. You're saying, does that mean the airplane sounds are back? No, I don't think so. It better not. Oh my God, that would suck. Whiskey Gaming, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, bud. You're saying, don't think it will be slim because Sony would have to make 2 different size plates. If you already bought the plates, it'd suck for them not to fit in this new one. You know what? That's a great call out, Whiskey Gaming. And that's something that I was thinking about as well, because if you go to PlayStation's website or PlayStation Direct or wherever the plates are sold, they're still selling them. They're still selling these plates. I mean, there's no indication that they're going to stop selling them. They just sold their first limited edition PS5 plates. So I am thinking that it will look almost identical to what we see now. But what I'm curious about, though, because they have 2 different kinds of plates you can buy. You can buy the ones for the disc drive. You can buy the plates for the digital console. How would the disc drive plates work? Is it, if you attach the disc drive to the PS5, it just kind of, I don't know, like it looks exactly the same as the PS5 now, therefore the plates will just fit on it. This is why I think it's not just going to be a blog post. That, like, the more I think about it, I don't think this is just going to be a blog post announcement. It could be. I mean, Sony's proven that you never really know what they're going to do when it comes to announcements. But I feel like with the amount of rumors surrounding this thing, I don't know, man, we could see a scenario where Sony maybe, look, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but maybe Sony really does have a second show planned, man. Maybe they do. And maybe they plan on revealing this new model at the show and making a big deal of it and being like, this is it's an improved model, right? I mean, maybe that's the idea, is they want to kind of give, I don't know, they want to make a big deal out of this new, cooler, more efficient PS5. And I don't know, man. I'm trying to figure out what Sony's angle is here with this. I don't know if this is a situation where they really don't want much attention on it and they just, they don't want to make a big deal out of it, but maybe they see a marketing opportunity. Maybe Sony views this as like, this is a great way to, it's not about tricking people, because they're not tricking people, but basically just hyping up the console again, like soft launching it. Or a soft relaunch, I meant to say. Do I clean my PS5 out? I do. It's been a little bit, actually. I probably should do it soon. But I do. Yeah. I do clean out my my consoles. You know what? I want to check something in a moment here. On Herpy Derps. Damn, we got Herpy Derps, another legend around these parts. 3 legends dropping 10 bombs today. Herpy Derps comes in, drops another 10 memberships, following Hellbound and Corey's 10, following Hanzo, following Gavin. Huge shout out to you, Herpy Derps. I'm going to give you a soundbite. I'll give you another Crazy Arnold. Herpy Derps, let me know which soundbite you want, man, and I'll play it for you. Thank you so much for that, guys. The support is incredible. That brings us up to 36 members on the day. From 26 to 36, just like that. This community is so generous, man. I'll plug it one more time. Why not? I'll plug it one more time because we now have 36 new members. I have a members-only Q&A that is available now. I just released it yesterday. So if you're a new member, welcome. Go check that out. Herpy Derp, she's saying, I'm still waiting for the Joker. Here we go, soundbite. Yeah, I was just talking about that, how I got to figure out how I'm going to get these new soundbites without replacing the old ones, because I only have like a limited amount of like keys that I can reliably remember and recall. But I'm going to work on that. I do want to get that Joker one. I'll play you, let me see here. I'll play you.
No matter what, you keep finding
Play
something
Joel.
to fight for.
And just like that, following Herpy Derps, we got a full-blown member train going here. Exley 3000 drops another 10 bomb, another 10 memberships gifted. That brings us to 46. See, this is what I mean, guys. This is why I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go in with the goal at 50, not expecting to hit it, but you never know. And look at that. We're 4 away from hitting 50 memberships on the day. Let's get some W's in the chat for Exley, for all these guys out here showing incredible support as always. Legends, man. Absolute legends on this channel. The community thanks you. I thank you. I as I say, man, I couldn't do what I do here without that type of support, man. It really does mean a lot. And god damn, just when you think it's over, Corey, the legend Landiga, drops a 20 bomb.
Holy shit.
He drops a 20 bomb out of the sky, bro. Guys, we do have some new emojis, and I think now is an appropriate time to use them. Let's get some of these. Let's get some of these. And I think there's a Giga Chat in there somewhere, too. Love to see it, dude. Thank you so much, Corey. Exley, Corey, Herpy Derps, Hellbound, Hanzo, Gavin, all you guys. Absolute insanity, man. That brings us up to 66 new members on the day, crushing the goal of 50. And again, I didn't think that was a goal we were going to hit, and you guys just destroy it, man. Corey, thank you so much, man.
We're going to heal.
And why not? Let's get a Jim Ryan in there too.
We're gonna have the games do our talking.
Love to see it, dude. Love to see it. Yeah, you guys are going crazy with those new emojis. So yeah, we'll let everybody in the chat know. I think most people here do know by now, but just to make it known, if you're new here and you're not aware, if you want the chance to be gifted a channel membership, because as you can see, we have many generous gifters here, click on any of the gift icons at the top of the chat and opt in to receive a free membership. I do just want to remind everybody, it's not a recurring thing. Opting in to get a membership, you're not going to be charged on a recurring basis. That's not how it works. You just simply get a free month courtesy of the gifters. And once that month is up, it's up, and it's totally up to you. If you want to continue to support, you can, but if not, then there you go. So thank you guys, man. Really appreciate that support, man. It's very kind of you guys. Cobb Sanity coming in with a $5 super chat saying, MBG, I cover all my consoles because dust be collecting. That's actually not a bad idea, man. I will say this. So I've had my PS5 laid out horizontally for a long time now. But there were times in the past where I did have it standing up vertically. And what I've noticed is that when I had the console standing vertically, it seemed to have gotten more dust inside of it, like internally, than when I have it lying horizontally. Like, I actually think that the plates and the way that, I don't know, just the way that the PS5 is shaped and the way that the plates are kind of sitting on top of it, at the top and the bottom, I noticed when I went to go check my PS5, actually not mine, it was my wife's PS5. I mean, I don't know how many, I think it's been like at least half a year. It's been like half a year, and I went to, pull the plates off. Now, the top of the plates had like dust settled on it, right? So I was expecting when I pulled the plates off for the inside of the PS5 to be really dusty. Just like all this dust collected, because I haven't touched it. And I was kind of shocked. I'm like, dude, there's like no dust in here. This thing is like clean as a whistle. I'm like, I just was surprised. And her console has been sitting horizontally the entire time. So I'm like, I don't know, man. Maybe that's the way to go if you're trying to avoid dust collecting internally. But when it comes to covering the console, if you just want to avoid dust altogether, I mean, that's the way to go, dude. It's a bit tedious for me personally, but it's smart. If you really want to preserve your console and take the best possible care you can, that's the way to do it. Let me update this member goal and get back on topic here. Let me see. I'll just do it in increments of 50 just to keep it simple. Because we are already at 66 members, which is surprising. It's surprising, but not at the same time. There we go. So thank you for the super chat, Cobb Sanity. And yeah, I'm curious, really quick in the chat. So Cobb Sanity says he actually covers his consoles. Like he actually, he puts covers on them, I guess, when you're done using them. Does anybody else do that? Anybody else in the chat? Do you guys cover your consoles at all to avoid dust buildup? Because I don't know. I feel like I've never actually done that. I'm just curious to see if there's anybody else that does this. JC2013 says he does. Interesting. Okay. Miguel says very rarely. Cover it with what? I mean, I don't know. I guess that is a good question, Cobb Sanity. What are you using to cover your console? I'm assuming just like some kind of like small sheet or something, or maybe like I don't know. That's actually a good question. You're saying you smoke and have pets though? Okay. Yeah, that's a good reason to they're saying they sell covers on Amazon. Yeah, I guess I never thought about that. Like there probably are like specifically like covers made for PS5. You use a pillowcase. That's pretty smart. Cobb Sanity, you're saying they have covers on Amazon, so I guess that's where you're where you're getting your covers. Interesting. Yeah, I was just wondering because I don't recall. It's just something I never really thought of, I guess. Let me see here. We have Herpy Derps with a $5 super chat. And he says, MBG, do you think they will release a PSVR 2 Spider-Man game? It would be insane to swing from buildings and jump off skyscrapers in VR. It's a great question. I mean, it would be really cool to see something like that. If Sony could do something with Spider-Man in VR, I think that would be a massive, absolutely massive boost for PSVR 2. But at the same time, I don't think that would work, man. Like I haven't even played VR myself, and that's something I'm planning on doing very soon. But imagining it, like, dude, I could see people, I don't know. How would that work? Like, how would you even be able to stand up, straight? I feel like that would just screw you up too much. People would get very sick. Yeah, I could see that. But that's the thing is, you imagine like, you kind of imagine how if Sony could get that Spider-Man logo, put it next to PSVR 2, I mean, it'd be a winning combination. They did it with Batman. I remember with PSVR 1, they had like a Batman experience from, why can't I remember the name of the studio? They're one of the most famous studios. I'm drawing a blank, but you know who I'm talking about. Oh my God, it's going to bother me now. I'll wait for somebody in the chat to point out the name of the studio. Rocksteady. All right, I got it. Dude, I swear, Lock PSB was the first person to say Rocksteady in the chat, but I got it just before I saw it pop up. I swear I got it. But thank you. Yeah, Rocksteady did like a VR Batman experience. Arkham VR. Yeah, I guess that's what it was called. And I don't know. I don't know if it was good or not, but I imagine that helped sell quite a few PSVR 1 units. And that's what's kind of weird to me, man, is we haven't seen Sony get something really big out the door in terms of like brand names, right? I mean, Horizon's pretty big, yeah, and GT's pretty big, and Resident Evil, but I mean something that's just more like, I guess you could say more appealing to the casual audience. You know, I don't think we've seen that yet, and something like Spider-Man would certainly fill in that gap. But we'll see, man. It's a good question, though. It would be insane to see something like that. I'm sitting here trying to think what type of Spider-Man VR experience could you do where you're not swinging around? You know, because again, I just the whole web swinging thing, I just don't see that being a possibility. I don't. In VR, I think that would just mess people up. Corey, you're saying you're still hoping for Half-Life Alyx? Yeah, I think quite a few people are. You would think, I mean, there were many rumors that Sony was going to get Half-Life Alyx, but we still haven't heard anything yet officially. So, Jim Ryan said they are working on a huge AAA for PSVR 2, if I'm not mistaken, a couple of weeks ago. Did he? Yeah, you may be right. I know that when it comes to the VR stuff, I still am waiting to see what other hybrid experiences Sony has. Like that's like when Jim Ryan, I mean, in the past, I feel like he's mentioned that when you talk about AAA games for PSVR 2, I don't know, man. I'm thinking I want Twisted Metal. We saw this in a job listing. They didn't specifically say it was Twisted Metal, but it mentioned car combat. I think it was Fire Sprite, and they're working on a Twisted Metal game, to bring up Twisted Metal again. Twisted Metal VR. I mean, that sounds pretty interesting to me, man. But a Twisted Metal that's not just dedicated to VR, you can, kind of like GT7, you can play it and experience it in VR. Saying Firewall Ultra has huge AAA potential for PSVR 2. I'm looking forward to Firewall Ultra. I won't lie to you guys, though. Like, I feel nervous, man. I do. I feel genuinely nervous about VR 2. This is, I think, one of the first times in my life, really, that I can... I mean, I'm sure I've invested, as a kid when I'm younger. I'm sure I've had products, or my parents bought me products when I was younger that were not popular and maybe ended up failing, and I just didn't know any different because I just wasn't paying attention. Just was a kid. But when I talk about like my trepidation with PSVR 2, it's that I don't know, man. I still feel like it is a big investment. It is a big investment, and I am nervous that I'm gonna invest in it and it's just gonna go nowhere. Like I do have this kind of fear it's too early to tell, but the fear is there that what if Sony does decide, you know what, like this just isn't working. This just isn't catching on. I mean, I think about Firewall Ultra. I think about Resident Evil 4 in VR. I think about the potential of future games that could be in development right now for VR. I mean, a new Astrobot game, right? You're saying GTA 6 VR? Oh my God, no way, no chance. But yes, I agree. That would guarantee PSVR 2 success, like long-term success, if they got something like that. But I don't know, man. Like, I see a game like Firewall Ultra, and the thing that concerns me about it is I just don't see anyone talking about it. Like, I don't see any hype for it, and it makes me sad because it's, and not to say that it's literally no one talking about it. I just mean like the attention it's getting is so small. I worry, man. Like, I worry, like, is the game gonna flop? Is it even gonna, like, is this game gonna put this studio under, potentially? I legitimately worry about that, and it's tough, man. It's tough. But that's where I feel like, I'd rather, you guys have shown incredible support here on the channel, and quite a few of you have asked me, to give PlayStation VR 2 a chance. And I've always told you guys that I do plan on doing it at some point. And I remember even having a conversation, I think it was with Josh. I don't think he's here right now, but he's one of the first users on the channel that comes to mind because he's always advocating for VR. And he was saying, like, we had a conversation. People shouldn't let the fear of a product failing stop them, if they're interested in it, from actually going to support it. I mean, I agree with that. It is tough though, because it's like, it's a lot of money. It is a lot of money. And I think that people are kind of rightly afraid, like, is it going to be a worthwhile investment? Because I've always said that paying $500 for a console is an investment. That is a long-term investment. And that's why people pay that money. When people buy a PS5, they're anticipating that I'm going to see this thing supported for many years to come, and I'm going to get good games for it for many years to come. That's the expectation. You don't buy a console for $500 assuming it'll be obsolete or abandoned in a year or two. And I'm not saying that's what's going to happen with PSVR 2, but there is that fear. We've seen what in the past. Sony has abandoned certain things. A lot of companies have done that, and it makes the consumer and the customer feel kind of betrayed. And my hope with PSVR 2 for Sony is that X is like, bro, you got like $5,000 on one stream. I think you'll manage. No. Keep in mind, when I'm talking about money investment wise, I'm not talking about my personal purchase of PSVR 2. I'm talking more for, like, because that's the thing is, like, not only, again, is there incredible support here on the channel that I can feed back into the channel and help improve the channel. I mean, at this point, I practically owe that to you guys, right? Like, people asking, like, hey, man, I would love to get your thoughts on VR 2. Yeah, I mean, I have a PlayStation channel here. A lot of people probably already think, like, dude, you should have already gotten it by now and let us know. But I've been waiting for that right game. And I think that Firewall is that game. And I was watching some more gameplay of it last night, actually. And I realized, like, dude, I think I have to get in front of this, because I don't know. My channel doesn't necessarily have the widest reach, right? It doesn't have, like, it's not like I get millions of people, watching my stuff, nothing like that. But it's a game I'm genuinely interested in. It's a game that I'm hoping I will like and will be very good. And if that is the case, I plan to use this platform to maybe kind of make more people aware of it and whatnot. So that's my hope, dude. But I do worry. I just worry about how we can't know, unfortunately, how Sony really feels about VR. Right? It's really tough to determine. Actually, you're saying Sony is not going to abandon PSVR anytime soon. Mark my words. There are already a ton of great and varied games. I hope you're right. I wish I could, I want to feel that level of confidence, but something about it is just holding me back, and I don't know why. But when you think about it, like Synapse, I got to try that. Oh, by the way, I have a question for my chat right now. I'm going to get to these super chats. It's funny, we're talking about PSVR 2. It wasn't even a listed topic, but still a good topic nonetheless. I want to ask my chat here, for those who have PSVR 2, I haven't looked into it very much. I know there are some physical PSVR 2 games, but I don't know, like anybody who's purchased Synapse, is there going to be a physical version of Firewall Ultra, or is it safe to say that PSVR 2 is mostly like 99% digital? Like if you're buying games for it, they're probably 99% of them are digital only. I'm just curious because I know that we had this conversation before, saying you think it's time MBG embrace digital. I mean, that's the thing. A game like Firewall Ultra, I would love to get that game physically. Saying there's a fair amount, only a few. Tell me what games you guys have physically for PSVR 2 for those who have it. Joker, you're saying, MBG, I made a list on Reddit with the games currently having a physical version. Oh, okay. Joker, if you could do me a favor when this stream is done, if it's not asking too much, maybe you could link that in a comment so I and others can go check it out, because that's actually really useful. I mean, it literally answers the exact question that I'm asking right now. Saying you didn't even know they had physical PSVR 2 games. Yeah, I remember covering it a while ago where I think that Walking Dead game got a physical release. I appreciate that, Joker. Yeah, I'll go check that out when the stream's done, because I'm very curious. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I kind of just got on this topic of PSVR 2 because it's like, I don't know, man. I'm getting ready to take the plunge, and I guess it really did just kind of make me reevaluate, like, well, how does it seem like Sony's handling PSVR 2 right now? What is the future of PSVR 2? And I'm hoping the future's strong. The truth is they did have a pretty decent showing, I would say. A good showing. Not decent. I would say it was a good showing for PSVR 2 at the showcase. And that was something I had mentioned where I said, depending on when Sony has their showcase, how much space PSVR 2 takes up will determine how seriously they're taking this. And it took up, I think, an appropriate amount of space. We got like 4 or 5 PSVR 2 games shown off at the showcase. And that took up a good 5, I don't think it was 10 minutes, but 5 to 8 minutes, give or take, which is when you consider a showcase is only an hour long, it's a good chunk. So, all right, let me see here. I got Toyota Coaster. Thank you. You're saying it's Guerrilla Games making that Socom, or is the rumor a lie? So Guerrilla Game, look, I don't want to say anything definitively because nothing has officially been announced, but it seems like that is not a true rumor. The reason I say this is because Guerrilla, they've acknowledged their multiplayer games that they have in development, and both of them are Horizon-based. There is a co-op Horizon multiplayer game, and there is like an MMO type Horizon multiplayer game. It's highly, highly, highly unlikely that they are working on any type of shooter that is not based in the Horizon universe. Like, I don't know, maybe a first-person Horizon shooter, but in the future. But no, we're not going to be getting SOCOM, unfortunately. Again, I don't want to say anything definitively, but I feel incredibly confident saying that we will not be getting. I do not think we will be getting a SOCOM, unfortunately, from Guerrilla. So I don't think SOCOM's coming back, man. Actually says kind of getting sick of Horizon. Who agrees? I worry. I don't want to say that I don't feel sick of it, but I feel like I'm going to get sick of it soon because Guerrilla is making it clear that like we're only doing Horizon and we got like a bunch of stuff in development and it's only Horizon. I do worry about the oversaturation of the Horizon series, and I'm not going to jump to any conclusions. Like, I would have loved to have seen Guerrilla branch out and do something more fresh, I guess you could say, with their multiplayer game. But naturally, they're like, look, Horizon's our bread and butter. It's a big series. They sold, like 32 million units in total between the two games. You can kind of understand why they're like, we got to keep pursuing this. I don't blame them. Like, if it works, it works. If it's a success, run with it, right? I totally understand that. I'm just hoping that when I play these Horizon multiplayer games, whatever they end up being, whenever they end up coming out, I hope that they do things differently enough and they feel fresh enough to make me feel like, okay, you know what? Maybe I'm not feeling tired of Horizon yet. This is actually pretty cool. This is a different experience in the Horizon universe. That's my hope. I am worried. I won't lie to you. Like, I am worried. I am. Yeah, it's the milkification of Horizon. It's happening before our very eyes. It depends, man, because I don't know. Here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll say, because this was a good question. What I could see happening with Guerrilla Games is I could see them coming out with these other Horizon-based titles, like here's the Horizon multiplayer game, here's a Horizon MMO that you can play on mobile or console or PC or something like that. And I could see myself just being like, you know what? I tried it, not feeling it. I'm going to pass on this. And basically just waiting for Horizon 3. Like, that's going to be the thing that okay, I'm excited for Horizon 3 and I'll wait patiently for that to come maybe at the end of this generation or the beginning of the PS6 generation. And then after that, I'm going to hope that, okay, you got the Horizon trilogy wrapped up. You're going to maybe they're going to work on a new IP next. It's a long time from now. But I guess I'm just saying that I could see myself getting to a point with Guerrilla Games where the only thing that I'm really looking forward to from them is Horizon 3. But again, I don't want to count them out. I have no idea what these multiplayer games from Horizon or from Guerrilla are going to be like. I have no idea. For all I know, I could play them and be like, wow, this is incredible. Like, this is amazing. I don't know. I could love it, or I could hate it, or I could be indifferent towards it. So I am nervous, but I will remain optimistic until I get to experience it for myself. You're saying, see, actually, I feel like me and you are on the same wavelength here. You're saying Ghost of Tsushima, on the other hand, I would take a lot more of. That's how I feel too. Like, I feel much more strongly about the Ghost of Tsushima series. Like, just it being it's going to be a franchise. I love that. Like, I love that universe. I love the characters. I love the world. I love everything about it. I love Legends. And that is like, I hate to say it this way because I know it sounds really bad, but it's like if Sucker Punch's plan is to milkify, I don't know, the milkification of, I got to make that an emoji, the milkification of the Ghost of Tsushima universe, like, as long as they don't go overboard, right? Like, I'm all for that. Like, you want to do a full-blown sequel, you want to have a standalone multiplayer game, you want to have a movie, hell yeah, let's do it all, I love Ghost of Tsushima, man. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think Ghost of Tsushima is my favorite PlayStation franchise at this point in time, man. Like, I love The Last of Us. I love God of War. You know, I really enjoy Horizon. I enjoyed Days Gone, although I don't think that's a franchise. But for me, I mean, I like Spider-Man. I like Spider-Man a lot, and I'm super excited. You know, here's the question. Because you really got me going here. I'll get to these super chats in just a moment, but I just got to keep this train of thought flowing. The question I have at this point, for me, Ghost of Tsushima is at the top. It's number one when it comes to PlayStation. I know, like to me, Ghost of Tsushima felt like a 10 out of 10 game. I totally understand people who are like, dude, I don't know, it's more like an 8 out of 10. There was just too many imperfections. I get that. Ghost of Tsushima was not a perfect game. Like, there is room for improvement, and I fully expect that improvement to be there with the sequel. But I loved Ghost of Tsushima. The question I have is, knowing Insomniac is making a Wolverine game. Now, Wolverine is, like I said, like, I think is my favorite, certainly my favorite Marvel character, possibly my favorite just, you know, superhero character ever. I always talk to you guys about how the Wolverine game from Insomniac is a dream come true. I want to see, because you know what's going to happen. We're going to get Wolverine either next year or in 2025, and I suspect we're going to learn about Ghost of Tsushima 2 in the next year or two. Which one's going to take the cake, man? Which one's going to do it? Because, like, to me, that's insane. Like, I can't even believe we're getting both of those things. See, that's the kind of stuff that gets me really, really excited about the next couple years of PlayStation, dude. Personally, knowing I'm going to be getting Wolverine and a sequel to Ghost of Tsushima with a PS5 Pro potentially. Like, come on, I can only take so much here. Oh my God, we need Ghost of Tsushima VR. We need Wolverine VR. The sky's the limit, people. Let's do it, man. Ghost of Tsushima VR would be sick, dude. That has to happen. I mean, it's right there. It's right there. You're saying, meanwhile, Naughty Dog want to milk The Last of Us 2 even more on PS5. I mean, I think let's face it, guys. I think Naughty Dog's reputation has taken a bit of a hit the past couple years. I think that it started with, you know, like, again, I'm not here to talk about The Last of Us Part 2, but the fact of the matter is The Last of Us Part 2 was way more controversial in terms of the amount of internet discourse than the first game was. Like, the first game was universally loved. The second game, I mean, it was insane. Like, it lit the internet on fire, for better or for worse. And I just think the love for it was not so universal. Then after that, they say, hey, you know, we have a multiplayer game we're making. It was supposed to be part of The Last of Us Part 2, but it has to be separate now. And I thought that was cool. Like, I was okay with that. I'm like, cool, give it its own thing. Years go by, we see nothing. The next thing we get from Naughty Dog, The Last of Us Part 1. And I understand, like, I get it from a business standpoint. Sony's like, look, we got this HBO series. We got a lot of faith in it. We're trying to really pump up The Last of Us. I get it, you know? But in the eyes of a lot of people, it's just like, this is what you guys are working on? You know, like, we just got it remastered last gen. Do we need this now? And then, oh, that's a great idea. MBG should do a reaction stream to his Last of Us Leaks meltdown. That would be fantastic. That's a great idea. See if I still feel the same way. Yeah, you know what? That's a great idea for a member stream. I'll have to keep that in mind. Good thinking. And then after The Last of Us Part 1, you know, then we're getting some bad news. Well, I don't know if it's bad news, but disappointing news that, hey, The Last of Us multiplayer needs more time. We still can't even show you it yet. And it's like, damn, what? Like, what's going on? And then, oh, by the way, here's The Last of Us Part 1 for PC, and it's a disaster. Oh, and in between all of that, here's another Uncharted remaster, Uncharted 4 and what was it? I forget the name of the other one. Legacy of Thieves Collection. And it was fine. It's like fine, but when you consider like this is Naughty Dog's output this entire generation so far, and then now we're hearing that next up is here's another remaster of The Last of Us Part 2. And it's like I still have a lot of faith in Naughty Dog in terms of I think their multiplayer. I have faith in their multiplayer game. I'm still very excited for it. I just, it's not at the forefront of my mind because it's like I have no idea when we're going to see it. I have faith in that whatever they do next, if it's The Last of Us Part 3, a new IP, I'm not saying that I'll be in love with it, but I think it will impress people when we see it. Like, it'll be like, oh, here we go. Here's the new stuff from Naughty Dog. Although if it's The Last of Us Part 3, maybe some people won't be as excited. But just talking about Naughty Dog briefly here, I think it's safe to say that they're just, I'm just going to be blunt. And, I don't mean this to, I'm not shitting on Naughty Dog. I know how people get very defensive, but I think people also get too overly, they overrate things as well. I'm trying to be fair here. And I'm going to be blunt and just say that I don't think Naughty Dog is viewed as Sony's best studio anymore. I don't. Like, I feel like they've kind of lost that. Not to say that they're like at the bottom, certainly not. But I feel like you look at Insomniac's output this gen, you look at what Santa Monica just did with God of War 2018 and Ragnarok. I feel like, even I don't know. Maybe Naughty Dog's still, I don't know, maybe like tied with Guerrilla or something. It's different. It's subjective at the end of the day. They aren't top dog anymore. Yeah. It's subjective at the end of the day. But in my mind, Naughty Dog kind of lost their spot at the top. And I think they started slowly tumbling down a little bit at a time, starting with The Last of Us Part 2, in that it won Game of the Year, won the most awards, but it's just, in the eyes of a lot of people, just felt like, what direction are you guys going in here? And that's the thing is, I don't know. Like, to me, that's what's weird about this is like, I don't know what direction Naughty Dog's going in. I guess my optimistic assumption is that the future of Naughty Dog is here's The Last of Us Part 2 remaster. Here's the Last of Us multiplayer game. And this is coming out in 2024. And then I don't know if they'll reveal all this stuff at the same time, and here's a teaser of our next single player game. I think if Naughty Dog could get all three of those things lined up and just kind of like shotgun blast, like 1, 2, 3, I think it could work. But my only concern is, what if it's all about The Last of Us? Like, what if we get those announcements from Naughty Dog, like, here's The Last of Us Part 2 remastered, here's The Last of Us multiplayer, and here's The Last of Us Part 3. It's like, that would be crazy. Like, that would be, a string of pretty, and, it'd be substantial. But I think quite a few people would be like, so you're just The Last of Us studio now. And I don't know. I just talked to you guys about wanting more Ghost of Tsushima and kind of being okay with Sucker Punch being the Ghost of Tsushima studio. But for some reason, I don't know, man. There's just there's a different energy around Naughty Dog. Is it just me? I don't know. I'm looking for feedback on this. Like with me, I just feel like there's a different energy. Maybe it's because Ghost of Tsushima is still very fresh. That might be it. You know what? I think that's because I forget sometimes that, dude, Ghost of Tsushima is very new. It came out only 3 years ago. The Last of Us came out over 10 years ago. So it's like, I could see people having the same conversations if in the year 2030, people are like, it's like, here's Ghost of Tsushima 3 and a Ghost of Tsushima 2 remaster and a Ghost and a big update to your Ghost of Tsushima multiplayer game. I could totally see why people are like, Sucker Punch, please, can you guys do something new? It's been over 10 years. So, yeah, I guess I just answered my own question there, but it's interesting to think about, man. I I think that a lot of times people just kind of they throw their opinions out there, which is fine. Like people say, "Oh, Naughty Dog sucks now," or "Naughty Dog isn't the same anymore." People are like, "No, Naughty Dog's still the GOAT." But I feel like not enough people take a second to actually evaluate and properly analyze. Like, well, let's look at the output. What did the last 10 years look like for the studio? And I think when you look at that, you can kind of get a better understanding. And really quick, just to bring this full circle, and I'll get to these super chats. I appreciate your guys' patience. Just to bring this full circle, going back to Guerrilla, I mean, you know, we're over the halfway point of 2023, so we're rapidly approaching 2024, right? It's safe to say we're not going to get anything new from Guerrilla this year. Maybe we'll get something new from Guerrilla next year. Maybe their multiplayer game, it'll be Horizon. We are getting closer to the 10-year mark with Horizon. Like we still got some time, but we are getting there. You know, by the year, 2026, 2027, that'll be about, 10 years of Horizon. And I just think that even though we still have time, people are kind of, I think they're just kind of picking up on the fact that, like this is kind of because of how long development cycles take. This is kind of what we can expect when Sony has a successful franchise. It's going to stick around for a long time, like probably a decade plus, and they're going to get everything out of it that they can. And then when they feel like, it's been as long as we could possibly push it, they'll, probably start working on something new. So just trying to look at it from a bigger picture point of view. My only hope with all of this, because we're talking about known established franchises. Ghost of Tsushima, like I said, it's new. It was a brand new IP, and the milkification is going to happen, which I'm okay with because I love that game. But I'm very curious to see in the next 2 to 3 years. I know that's a long time, but we got to be realistic with these development timelines. The next 2 to 3 years, I'm very, very curious to see what Sony has in the pipeline with new IP, man, because new IP is vital to Sony. Like, and the reason why I think it's so vital is because, dude, they're one of the best. They're one of the best. They need to always be working on new IP because they're just too creative not to, in my opinion. So I don't know how we got onto that entire conversation there when we were originally just talking about SOCOM, but saying MBG, Sony doesn't take risk. I don't think it's that, dude. I would argue the opposite. I think Sony has taken some of the biggest risks. It's just that I think the problem that Sony's running into and the problem that us, the gamers, beginning to feel is that with the way Sony does things in particular, that being like they're all about AAA games, which we want, at least I want, I think most of us want. We want those big AAA games. Over time, the risk of new AAA IP has increased tenfold, dude. And that's disappointing in a way because it's like I'm not saying that's going to stop Sony from making new IP. It's not, but we do have to try to be understanding from the consumer side, at least a little bit, that the risk of Sony doing a new $150 million AAA IP now is so much greater than it was back when games like Horizon got greenlit and Ghost of Tsushima and Days Gone. Like those, we are in a different time now, even though it may not seem like it, where whatever Sony does that's a new IP, like it has to hit, man. Like it does. It has to. This is why I'm saying people who think Naughty Dog is working on a new IP, I'm not saying they're not. I don't know. But I'm telling you now, you better believe that when they're weighing their options, like, well, we could go with The Last of Us 3. That would be a guarantee. It would. No matter what anybody says, like The Last of Us 3 is a guaranteed success. No matter what. Compared to a new IP from Naughty Dog. It just is. And so the chances are they're probably thinking to themselves like, well, we don't know. I mean, I don't know how Naughty Dog feels about their multiplayer game, but maybe they're not feeling, I don't say they're not feeling confident about it, but let's just say their Naughty Dog or the Last of Us multiplayer game doesn't hit the way they thought it would. Before you know it, man, you know, we've seen this happen with EA Studios and shit, where it's like, you know, they go from being a top tier, one of the most respected studios in the industry, they have a couple of duds and they try to do things that they're not known for. And it's like, what the fuck happened, bro? Like, you guys are a shell of your former selves. I feel like them doing The Last of Us Part 3 would essentially guarantee that that won't happen. So, I don't know. I could be overthinking it. And again, this is all pure speculation. I'm on the outside looking in. I'm on the outside looking. You're saying wokeness happened. Maybe to a degree. There's no doubt about that. I mean, to me, that's not... I know that to a lot of people, that's like at the center of the problem with Naughty Dog. To me, that's not necessarily it. My fear, for example, like my fear for The Last of Us is like it basically is vision, you know, where I feel like with The Last of Us Part 1, just The Last of Us 1, you can tell like when they made that game, there was a vision of beginning, middle, end, and I just kind of got this feeling with it that the first game was not made with the intention of we're going to milk this thing or we're going to even do a sequel. I think it was just it was made like this is the experience. And I think that's one of the reasons why it changed everything, because it was like, holy shit, like this is as genuine and as near perfect as it gets, you know? And then that's why when you play the sequel of The Last of Us, it's like way more complex in every area, to where it's like there's so many different strands, and it gets very messy and very convoluted in some ways very quickly. And some people like that. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying it is a different thing. Like The Last of Us Part 2 is a immensely different game than The Last of Us Part 1. And, you know, I just sometimes feel like I'm kind of one of those people where I just think to myself, like, I think I just would have been okay with Naughty Dog never doing a sequel to The Last of Us, just leaving that game as it is. Maybe, you know, if they want to do the multiplayer game to keep the franchise alive in that way, fine. But if they just like moved on after that and we're like, we're just going to do something new again, like, I think that would have been really cool. But then again, I don't know. Saying MBG loved the dodge mechanic. I did, yeah. That was a very welcome. The gameplay of The Last of Us 2 is fucking insane. Like, you know what's crazy? Sometimes I see these videos pop up on my feed of like brutal Last of Us 2 like kills and stuff, and I'll like watch them for a minute. I'm like, oh my god, I like totally forgot just how insanely gruesome this game is. Like The Last of Us Part 2 and the stuff you can, like the bodily mutilation, it's insane. So it's not all bad. Like, I'm not saying it's all bad. I guess I'm just saying that like you could just see if you go back and watch like documentaries of how The Last of Us came to be, it's always humble beginnings, man. It's not to say that Naughty Dog wasn't big or successful. They were, but you could just tell that The Last of Us opened up a new door for Naughty Dog, where it's like, you know, and you moved on from Uncharted, like now it's all about The Last of Us. And I don't know. I'm curious to see how season 2 of the HBO series is received. That'll be very interesting to watch, because season 1 is like, everybody's like, oh my god, this is one of the greatest things ever made for TV, which I agree. It was incredible. And now I'm like really curious, like, okay, well, let's see what the response to season 2 is, you know? And I'm curious to see if like those conversations will happen. You're saying the fact that people still talk about it every day proves the impact the game had, though. That's true. Yeah, that is true. Like, there's no doubt that The Last of Us in general, whether you're talking about part 1, part 2, the staying power is there. And I think that's what, like, that is probably why Sony and Naughty Dog are always like, we should probably do more, because people can't stop talking about it. I mean, just listen to that MBG guy. I mean, that he's talking about The Last of Us Part 2 like every other week. All right, I apologize, guys. I made you wait too long with these super chats. Lelouch V. Britannia. I don't know if I said your name correctly. You're saying Spider-Man VR will give me the shingles. Don't worry. I don't think Spider-Man VR is happening. I don't think you have to worry about that. Justice, you're saying, what is Sony's next acquisition? WebZen? Well, I don't even know what that is, first of all. Their next acquisition, I'll be honest with you, I don't know that I want to have any more conversations until we have to about acquisitions, because we've been talking about acquisitions and mergers for so long. They're going to continue, obviously. Like, that's why I'm saying I might not. I don't know that I want to speculate anymore, because things are going to happen in the future, in the coming months, years. Like, I have no doubt that Sony's going to, at some point, maybe even soon, just, okay, like, we've acquired these guys. It's like, oh, there we go. There's Sony's next acquisition. I have no doubt about that. I don't feel the need to speculate anymore, because how much really is there left to say? I mean, well, maybe Justice, maybe, I don't know, maybe you haven't caught my other streams, but here's what I will say, just to answer your question. My hope is that Sony's next acquisition, if there's going to be one, is another what we would consider diamond in the rough studio, a smaller studio or mid-sized studio that maybe isn't the biggest, maybe isn't the most well-known, but the potential is there, and they plan to bring them in and grow them. And a studio that actually comes to mind is Arrowhead. They're making Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 is a PS5 console exclusive, and I mean, it's a game that's funded by Sony, and they're putting their backing into it, similar to what we saw with a game like Returnal. Granted, it's a more multiplayer-centric title, and if it does really well, and people are like, dude, this is a sleeper hit, this is a great game, and it sells good enough, bring them on, man. Grow that studio. So that's my hope. Wayfinder. Yeah, that game's interesting, Wayfinder. Clearly, Sony has some, they see some potential there. I will say this, though, and just to round out the answering of your question, my hope is that Sony avoids publishers that, I've been obviously talking about this a lot, but the more I think about it, the more I realize, like, Sony buying a publisher is more, I understand it would be a big deal. Don't get me wrong. If Sony were to buy a publisher, it would make waves in the industry and there would be a lot of conversation. But the truth is, if Sony buys a publisher, that's not really for us. I mean, it is in a way, but it's mostly for Sony in their future, in terms of, they would have made that decision based on, we got to make sure that we can survive the long run. In reality, though, if Sony buys a publisher, not much is going to change, unless they do something insane where they're like, we just bought Capcom and all Capcom games are exclusive to PlayStation. Come on. Never going to happen. Never going to happen. Any bigger acquisitions we get from Sony going forward will be treated much like Bungie, where, again, look at Bungie. Let me ask you, Sony owns them, yes, but what changed for the, for PlayStation players? What changed for Xbox players? What changed for people? Nothing. Nothing changed. Just Sony is the owner now, and they're going to be involved with making that Bungie money. That, and that's it. And having them help them with their live service games. So I guess what I'm saying here is I don't think, I hope Sony doesn't acquire a publisher, because A, it would just truly mean like consolidation has reached a new level and there's no going back. B, it wouldn't really mean much to me as a, like I don't know. I just don't feel strongly about this notion of Sony buying a publisher, that was already independent. I just don't know what that's, unless they could take the Microsoft approach, which they won't do this. Like, if they were like, we're going to start adding some of these games to PS Plus and like putting them in the PS Plus Extra and stuff, like, that's okay. Like, that's kind of, yeah, that's going to make a big impact on PlayStation fans and subscribers. But that's pretty much it. That's, I guess, I did talk about that more than I planned to, but basically, I hope Sony's next acquisition is something smaller, something that has a lot of potential, and that Sony can grow. That's my hope. Let me see here. We got Perfect Image, member for 3 months. You're saying, I don't know if you're going to talk about it, but Final Fantasy going to Xbox. Do Sony fans care? The question still lingers what Sony's future will look like. And you're giving my YouTube a thumbs up. Well, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, so that was obviously some surprising news that came out where Phil Spencer was on stage with the CEO of Square Enix, and it's pretty clear that Microsoft was negotiating with Square Enix, and they worked something out where now Square's like, I mean, to me, it seems clear that Microsoft must have given them a bunch of money. I don't know why else Square would just suddenly turn around and just be like, you know what, actually, we want to start putting our games on Xbox, because it was just really, yeah, they dropped the bag, man. Square got the bag. It is surprising, but not at the same time. Like, what's surprising about it is just how the timing, like, it's coming after there was like the whole thing about Final Fantasy 16 exclusivity and that situation, and obviously Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth still coming. So the timing of it was interesting, but another thing that was interesting about it is how, in my opinion, it reveals something interesting, and that is that, well, there has been for the past couple of years just constant speculation. Is Sony going to buy Square Enix? Sony's going to acquire Square Enix. Sony's going to go for them. No, I don't know if Sony and Square were ever in negotiation, if that was ever even a conversation that took place. But if it was, Sony clearly, one of them passed up on it. It could have been Sony. It could have been Square. Sony could have said, you know what, Square, we're good. You know, like we're not looking to acquire you. We just want to continue doing joint ventures if that's what you want to do. It could just be that simple. It could be that Square said, you know what, we would just rather remain independent, and this is why, so they can have other opportunities to work with other publishers. Or it could be that that was never a conversation in the first place. It could be that Sony and Square never, they never had that conversation about, like, should we acquire you? Do you want to be acquired? Do we want to be acquired? It could have never happened, And I think people are jumping to conclusions, and I would recommend, and I mean this just to kind of, just for people to keep themselves in check, specifically Xbox players, because I know this is an exciting thing for Xbox players. I mean, how could it not be, right? Like, Final Fantasy 14 is coming to Xbox. Seemingly Square is changing their tune entirely, saying we plan to bring more games to Xbox. Again, the timing of it right after Final Fantasy 16, it's making people kind of jump to the conclusion that, well, Sony's no longer going to have any exclusivity over future Final Fantasy games. I don't know. All I would recommend is just don't get ahead of yourself so you don't end up disappointed, because we don't know. We don't know that. Final Fantasy 17 could be multi-plat, could be a PS5 exclusive. What I do know is that apparently, 7 Rebirth is still going to be exclusive. So I don't know, man. The question you ask is, do Sony fans care? I think some do, but a lot also don't. Like, me personally, the only question it brings to my mind is just that, like, okay, well, like, is Sony, what does this mean for Final Fantasy games on PlayStation? Like, is this Sony saying, like, you know what, we're done money hatting and striking these deals with Square? We're just going to let Square do their own thing, and Final Fantasy will sell fine on PlayStation. I would have no problem with that. Like, truthfully, if Final Fantasy 17 and other, I'm assuming that because we know Final Fantasy 7 Remake is going to be a trilogy or 3 games, I'm assuming all 3 of those games are going to be PS5 exclusive, and maybe one day they'll go to Xbox. But after that, like, basically once their deals are up, if Square's just a multi-platform publisher and they're just putting their games everywhere, I have no problem with that. You know, like I enjoyed Final Fantasy 16. I'll be there day one for Final Fantasy 17, man, whether it's an exclusive or not. And this is kind of where my only question at that point is if Sony, like, whose decision is that? Like, was that Sony deciding we don't want to pay for this anymore? Or is it Square just finally saying, like, you know what, maybe we'll just be willing to talk to Microsoft now? I mean, I don't know. Does Sony feel pressured right now because of that? We don't have the answers to these things. It's just Sony might not care. They might care a lot. We'll know as time goes on. But, you know, from what I can gather from this, it's clear that, well, one thing is clear, and this is something we've talked about at length as well. Microsoft is getting very, 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 very aggressive. Like, they are not messing around, dude. If that wasn't, I mean, that should have been made clear a while ago, like a couple years ago, but I think that some people still kind of doubt the things that Microsoft could potentially achieve through money and through negotiation in this industry. And, you know, maybe for some people, this is kind of what it took for them to realize, like, oh my God, like, wait, what? You know, like, hold on. At first they get Bethesda, now they're getting ABK. Now suddenly Square's on stage. Square Enix's CEO's shaking Phil's hand. What's going on? It's all happening so quick. I mean, I'm sure there are some people that feel kind of like, whoa. But to me, it's just, it once again points to Sony, you know, I don't know how Sony feels about it. All I do know is the message is clear. Like, yeah, we're Microsoft. Like, we're going to keep going, man. Like, we're going to keep dropping the bag anywhere it's got to be dropped. And I don't know what Sony's react. Listen, for all we know, keep in mind, Sony didn't say anything about Final Fantasy 16 sales. I'm not saying this. This is just pure speculation. And I'm not even saying it could be true or that it is true. But we haven't heard Sony say anything about Final Fantasy 16 sales. In fact, when it comes to Final Fantasy 16, they pretty much went silent after it launched. Maybe Sony isn't happy with... Keep in mind, Sony had to pay a certain amount of money to Square with expecting a certain number of sales. Maybe Square's happy with the sales because they got Sony's money and they got pretty decent sales, pretty good sales. But maybe Sony's the one that's like, we thought this would do more. I don't know. I'm considering all the different angles. I'm considering all the different possibilities. But the one thing to me that does give us like a clear answer when it comes to Sony, Square, Microsoft, whatever chance Sony may have had of acquiring Square seemingly is gone. And it just, to me, sends a clear, like, this sends a clear message to me personally that Sony is not interested in buying publishers. They are just simply not. Because if there was ever a publisher that you would think Sony would definitely feel like, we got to lock these guys in because it's right there for the taking, it would be Square. I mean, a lot. Again, there's a reason why people have been saying for years that Sony should, are they going to acquire Square Enix? Maybe they should. It's right there. It's literally right there. And Sony never did. And now we see a change where now Square is opening up to Microsoft and saying, you know what, we will start putting more games on platform. I think the message is clear that Sony's like, we're not buying a publisher. Like, go ahead, go put your games on Xbox. Like, we're not going to buy you. Could be wrong. Who knows? Maybe Sony will announce next week that they acquired Square because they got so scared. I don't know. But right now, that's kind of my take on it. And yeah, I think Sony has to be very aware, I'm sure they are, that that's your competitor. You know, they're trying to make moves, not just in this industry, but, you know, in your home turf. They're going to start trying to make more moves in in Japan, and with Japanese publishers and game devs. And I just think that is definitely something Sony should be cognizant about. I'm sure they are. So it was really interesting. And yeah, we'll see what the future of Final Fantasy looks like with Xbox. I mean, my guess is that future games that are not Final Fantasy VII Remake will be multi-plat. I mean, I don't know, unless maybe Square's talking about other games. We'll see, though. We'll see. You're saying Square are a Japanese dev in a category of their own. Yeah, it's also worth mentioning because I should probably acknowledge this as well. I've seen quite a few people, now they're speculating that, is Microsoft going to try to acquire Square? I mean, who knows, dude? They keep in mind Microsoft hasn't even finished or finalized their ABK deal. I don't think that they're in a position to just talk about acquiring somebody else right now. But we did learn through some leaked documents, during the trial that Microsoft apparently was looking to pursue Square Enix as a potential acquisition target and make their games exclusive or whatever. That's something we learned. So I don't know. Saying Final Fantasy games should be multi-platform. I mean, yeah, it's one of these things where like I've understood, like I can now still understand like why Sony wants to lock in those games if they can. Like if Sony approaches Square and they're like, yo, Final Fantasy VII Remake, Final Fantasy 16, can we make a deal? And Square's like, yeah, I think we can. I totally get why Sony would want to do that. But at the same time, like I said, if the future of Final Fantasy is multi-platform, to me, that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. Like that's not, like I've always said, and I've had this conversation before, people do tend to talk about these third-party exclusivities sometimes like they are Sony-owned games. Like they are not. Like Sony did pay for that exclusivity, so they're entitled to it, but it's not a Sony-owned game. Like my focus is on PlayStation Studios more than anything. And, I will always pay closer attention to any games that Sony brings onto their platform and say, hey, this is an exclusive for our platform. This is an exclusive for our customers. Obviously, as a customer, I will pay attention to that. But, this idea that a third-party publisher wants to go more multi-platform, I don't see a problem with that, All right, let me see here. We got Corey Landiga with a $5 super chat. He says, maybe Half-Life 2 Remake for VR2. Now, that would be quite the shocker, wouldn't it? That would be quite the shocker. Like, you're not getting Half-Life Alyx. What are you guys, crazy? You're expecting Half-Life Alyx? No, you're going to get a Half-Life 2 PSVR 2 Remake. So many things about that just sounds insane. But who knows, man? Who knows? Nobody can predict Valve, really. All right, let me see here. So I appreciate the super chat, Corey. PlayStation Pete, in all caps. Thank you for the $10 super chat. He says, MBG, I finally got the platinum for Star Wars Jedi Survivor and had trouble finding the last priorite shard. Priorite? I don't know if I'm saying that right. Until I saw a video shard was in a robot on top of an elevator in derelict dam. Well, congratulations, PlayStation Pete. Love to see it, dude. Congratulations on your platinum. For those who don't know, PlayStation Pete's been working on this platinum for weeks now. I don't know, it feels like months at this point, and he's been struggling, man. It's been a struggle, but he finally achieved it. So, guys, let's get some W's in the chat for PlayStation Pete, man. Hard-earned platinum. I love that feeling. It's especially rewarding. Like, I know the feeling you probably got with this game, too. Those platinums you get that are like, I mean, they take it out of you, man. But you're so far in, you're like, I need to see this through. I need to finish this. Like, no matter how annoying or frustrating it gets, I have to see it through. And when you do, it just I don't know, man. You just get this. It's such a gratifying feeling. So I appreciate that super chat, PlayStation Pete, and I'm happy for you, man. It's been a long time coming. Enjoy that platinum. You earned it. Speaking of platinums, dude, I I forgot that Sony does this sometimes. Since I did Platinum Final Fantasy 16, they sent me an email congratulating me. And I was just like so confused for a minute. I'm like, wait, what? But I was like, oh wait, yeah. Sony does that sometimes with their games. I think it said something like I got the platinum like 41% faster than all the other people who platinumed it. So I don't know if that's like really good or not, but I was like, okay, cool. And we have Fred Vance. We got everybody here today, man. Another legend. Fred pops in and drops 5 membership gifts, keeping the membership train going. Fred, huge shout out to you, man, and everybody else. You guys are absolutely killing it today. Fred brings us up to 71 members. 71 members. Guys, I had a goal of 50, and I thought that was totally unrealistic, and you guys are just like, nope. We're just going to obliterate that goal. That's what this community does, man. So, Fred, please let me know which soundbite you would like. Which soundbite would you like? I'll give you this one for now.
Appreciate
And we have
it.
Omen86. Another soon-to-be legend. Omen86 coming in with another 5, following up Fred, bringing us up to 76 members on the day. Guys are going crazy today. Love to see it, man. Love to see it. This community is so generous, so giving. I can't believe it, man. I cannot believe we are 76 members. That is crazy to me. Again, it's one of these things where it's surprising, but it's not at the same time. Because you guys continue to show that support, man. Fred, you're saying you want the train? So actually, unfortunately, I had to remove the train, man. I know. I'll have to bring it back at some point. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Fred. I had to replace the train with Joel. See, this is where I'm saying I have a limited number of keys. You need a new Mark Cerny soundbite. I'll give you the regular Mark for now.
To rely on
And really quick here, Herpy Derps comes in. A full-blown membership train going. Now I'm regretting removing that train. But we got a full-blown membership train going because Herpy Derps follows it up with another 5 members gifted. Look at these guys, man. Look at these guys. We got a full-blown membership train going. We got Herpy Derps dropping another 5. That brings us to 81 members. I got to give you guys one of these because I'm genuinely surprised at the, again, surprised but not at just the continued generosity of this community, man. And I'll have to give you a Venom. And god damn, dude, I can't... Before I could even get to the sound bites, Fred Vance comes in, drops another 5 membership gifts, and then Omen86 follows that up with 10, a 10 bomb, another 10 memberships gifted, and then actually 3000, how high can my voice go? Actually 3000 comes in and follows all of that up with another 5 memberships, getting us over the 100 member mark for the day. You guys are absolutely insane. W's going crazy in the chat. Got to give you another one of these for breaking that 100 mark. That is insane, dude. Absolutely insane. And then Hellbound 1981. All the legends are here. And they're all putting in work for this community. He drops another 5 memberships. I mean, this is truly just a full-blown membership train. These guys are keeping it going. That brings us up to 106 members on the day. And I see Capono saying, can you believe MBG was going to stop Sunday podcasts? Well, that's the thing, man. I got so many of you guys telling me like, dude, you got to keep the Sunday streams going, man. Even though you ended the, you ended the podcast because you're streaming where you got to do the Sunday streams. I was like, you know what? We got to do it. We got to do, I don't know what, maybe I just needed a little break there. MBG, we will help make new legends. Yeah, you got, honestly, man, that's the thing. Shout out to all of you guys, but some of you guys that have been here from the start, because that's the thing. This channel is growing week over week, month over month. We're getting new people in, new community members. You guys are the ones that inspire, like basically a whole different group of people when they come in to be like, yeah, dude, this is great. And it just, that's how it works, man. This community inspires one another. And that's why I say this is one of the best. It has to be in my. It is to me, but it has to be one of the best, most generous communities on YouTube, man. Always giving out gifts, always growing that membership community. It's awesome to see, dude. And not only that, as I say, that you guys are all directly supporting what I do here. And I love doing these streams. I love doing the streams every week. I love doing the video content. I love running this channel. I love hanging out with you guys. And you guys are the ones that make it possible, man. So big shout out to this community. Big love to this community, man. I got to give you guys some more sound bites.
I sacrificed everything for my people.
Do a Jin.
And I would do it again.
Kept you waiting, huh?
Give you
Thank you.
thank yous.
Appreciate
and
it.
I got to give you one more. I got to give you Crazy Arnold. I know you guys love the Crazy Arnold. Hell yeah, dude. Let me update this member goal so it can reflect accurately where we are. Again, I'm just doing, I'm glad I started doing increments of 50, at least in this case, because I did so, as I said, to kind of prevent myself from updating it so frequently, because you guys are always getting these membership trains going. But I still didn't expect to be updating it this much. Let's see here. And there goes Fred. Fred, I see what you're doing, Fred. I appreciate it, but man, it's funny. It makes me laugh. Fred is trolling me. He's like, oh, there goes MBG. He's going to update his member goal. So I'm going to drop another 5 memberships. Love to see it, dude. Thank you so much, Fred. W's in the chat for Fred. He drops another 5 as I'm updating the goal. That actually brings us to 111 members on the day. Fred says, I got to be your ADHD. Of course you do, man. Of course you do. The community loves it. We all love it. Thank you for that, Fred. Let me keep these member you guys are keeping the membership train going. I got to make sure I get through these super chats because you guys are just going crazy. Omen 86 is making sure it doesn't stop today. Omen 86 dropping another 5 memberships. Dude, you guys are going nuts today. 116 members. What? Look at that, dude. Omen 86. Huge shout out to you, man.
Enough from me.
Let's get a Jim Ryan in
We're
there.
gonna have the games do our talking.
Brings us up to 116. 116 new members. Again, I'm going to plug this one more time because I feel like I have to. To the 116 new members we have, and possibly more today, depending on how crazy these guys want to go. There is a new members exclusive Q&A, 20-minute Q&A video that I put out yesterday. So if you are a new member, you gain access to that as well as all of the other member exclusive content. So please go check that out. I hope you enjoy it. The member exclusive content is a bit different than the normal content you get here on the channel. And Exley 3000 doing what he does best, coming in with another 5 members. Another 5 members, and we have another legend. The GOAT returns. The GOAT returns out of nowhere, coming out of the shadows, dropping a 20 bomb, following up Exley 3000, Mitul Patel. So I meant to ask you, Mitul Patel. So this is the GOAT on one of the GOATs on the channel here. I got to ask you, tell me in the chat, what do you want your nickname to be? Let this community know what you want your nickname to be, because you got to have a nickname, dude. At this point, you got to have something. And then on top of that, Hellbound 1981 follows it up with another 5. This community is going crazy today. Giving out memberships like crazy, dude. Herpy Derps following it up with another 5 members. Look at this, guys. Another 5 memberships. I can't even keep up. I just updated the goal to 150 and you guys obliterated it. You obliterated it. Look at this, dude. 151 memberships. We got a 20 bomb, multiple 5 bombs. Cannot even keep up with you guys. Incredible, man. You're saying, where did the train emoji go? So that's actually something else too. I gotta bring it back. I had to replace a couple to get a few others in there. And unfortunately, I guess the train one, is that the one that got replaced? Because if so, I got to bring that back. Because you guys keep these membership trains going constantly. Omen 86, keeping it alive, keeping it going. Another 5 memberships gifted.
Holy
Another 5 memberships gifted by Omen 86. We are sitting at 156 new members today. God damn.
Kept you waiting.
We got some W's in the chat. We got some Mark Cerny's in the chat. We got some goats in the chat. We got some Giga Chads in the chat. All absolutely justified. Look at that, man. Really appreciate the support, guys. It goes such a long way. It really does. This community is something special. Time to buy a new PC, MBG. Yeah, that's... You know, it's interesting. I've been cleaning out some stuff on my PC a little bit, and I feel like it's been running a little bit better. Maybe it's just me. But yeah, that's probably something I'm going to have to pursue sooner rather than later. I see somebody asking if I watch the new Twisted Metal series. So that's actually one of the topics I'm going to be discussing today. We'll be moving on to that, hopefully not too long from now. But I am going to move on to these super chats. Before I do, I just want to, again, give a big thank you to this community, man. Like, out here crushing goals. I'm going to update it again. But we are currently sitting at 156 members. I mean, even with a high goal today, man, of 50, you guys absolutely obliterate that. No mercy at all. So thank you so much, man. I'm just going to keep doing it in increments of 50 because that just seems to be the simplest way to do it. Update it here. Get this going there. And I think we are good. We are good to go. All right, let's see. So yeah, let me get to these super chats. For all those who super chat, appreciate you guys being patient and you know, hanging in there with me. By the way, can the chat let me know real quick? I asked Mitul Patel what he wanted his nickname to be. I don't know if he seems to just kind of drop in and drop out, man. But he I'm I don't see it anywhere. Did he say what he wanted his nickname to be? As I said, we have to give him a nickname. I don't know if I missed it. Maybe he never answered yet. We got to give him a nickname of some kind. He needs something. King Queen. You don't have a preference. All right, chat. Let's see. Chat, can we come up with a good nickname? Somebody just says goat. I'll let you guys. So, yeah, you guys come up with some nickname ideas. Sweet Tooth. Big MP. Metal Gear. That one's funny. Metal Gear. That one's pretty good. Whatever happened to Waved Max? I don't see him here anymore. I don't know, man. I don't know. Good question. Microsoft money. Metal Gear Solid. Legend Patel. He says he likes Big MP. Big MP. You know, it's weird when I'm saying that, Big MP, I feel like I'm almost saying a word, but I don't know what word I'm saying. You know what I'm talking about? Like where people, like if you say a certain words together in a certain order, like you don't realize you're actually saying something else. But we could go with that. Big MP. I need to know, does that sound like something? OGMP. Big MP. All right, we'll go with that. All right, I got to get to these super chats. I'm keeping these guys waiting too long. And Herpy Derps with a $20 super chat says, MBG, forgive me if I missed the topic, but what do you think will happen with Square Enix warming up to Xbox now? Should Sony worry? Should Sony acquire them? or is it nothing that Sony should worry about? Well, Herpy Derps, you have to let me know, man, because it doesn't tell me. It says you sent this at 1:03 p.m. So it's about an hour ago. Herpy Derps, let me know in the chat, man. Were you you're saying that was a super late chat? Yeah, that's my bad. Well, let me ask you, do you feel like I answered your question? Do you feel like I ended up answering it with everything we discussed? Because I feel bad, man. Like, there's a $20 super chat, and absolutely. All right, I'm good. I'm glad. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Like, that's the worst when that happens. But in a way, it's kind of good. It's effective because it's like I get to the super chat without actually getting to the super chat. So there we go. I organically made my way to that topic. And I guess just my closing thoughts on that before I move on to like the next proper topic. My closing thoughts on the whole Square Enix situation. I think Sony's best bet going forward would be to just try to have, a good working relationship with Square like they have now. I think that would be the ideal situation, basically where Square can work with both Sony and Microsoft. And I'm not necessarily saying that even has to be for exclusivity. I just mean, if Square's getting something of benefit by working with Sony, go for it. And if Microsoft can, and if Square can benefit, then go for it. So there you go, man. You still want Here We Go soundbite, though? Yeah, I got to work on that. Like I said, man, I have to figure out. I'm going to have to come up with a better way of doing this because there are quite a few other sound bites that I know people want, and I'm like at capacity here. So I'm going to have to start like actually writing them down and making sure I can have something in front of me. Because if I don't, I will forget. Like, I could put more sound bites attached to other keys, but I know I will forget about them. Like, I even forget that I have Snake as a soundbite attached to the 0 number key. How could I forget that? And yet I do. So I'll definitely get to that one. There are others that people have requested. I got to bring back the train. Yeah, I have to get a full-blown soundboard. All right, so Herpy Derps, man. Appreciate all the support, dude, between the super chats and the memberships. All you guys, really appreciate it very much. Next up, we have Review Scientology USA. He says Sony should focus on increasing their sizes on their notable studios, have them work on different projects at once, like to see a shooter from Naughty Dog / Sony Santa Monica. I agree with that. The only thing that makes that really tough is, like I talked about earlier, the size and the scope of games. They're growing so much, like they're really growing so much in the AAA space that, you build up these teams, you make them bigger, and it turns out that, we were going to have to do that anyway to keep up, keep up the pace here with the type of games we make. So now they have to do so even more. They have to grow the studios even more. But I'm in agreement, honestly. Like, I would like to see more of Sony Studios do different things. So the rumor, and it's not even a rumor, they pretty much confirmed, and it's going to be so interesting to see what they're working on. Sony Santa Monica is working on something brand new that's not God of War. At least that seems to be what job listings have hinted at, but we did get like confirmation from the studio that they are working on something new, and we still don't know what it is. I don't think it's a shooter. I think it's safe to say that it's probably not going to be a shooter. It could be. It should be quite shocking. But Sony Santa Monica is only really known for God of War, so I think everybody is pretty much on board with seeing like what else can they do. Given the opportunity to do something brand new, I think Cory Barlog is the one directing whatever this brand new game is. You talk about new AAA IP. Damn, dude. Sony Santa Monica making a brand new AAA IP. That's an exciting prospect. So I trust Cory Barlog as well, man. If there's anybody out there that you want to be it, you want to give the opportunity to do something brand new, give them the opportunity, like, the floor is yours, man. Like, go for it. Get as creative as you want. I think Cory Barlog is absolutely one of those people. Absolutely. And he earned that too, with what he did for God of War 2018 and even for Ragnarok, right? He absolutely earned that. So I'm excited, man. You're saying what if their new IP is more successful than God of War? That would be shocking. Because if I'm not mistaken, I think God of War is Sony's like most valuable IP, or like one of the like top 2 or 3 most valuable and most popular. So I think I could see it happening, man. I could. I have that type of faith in that studio and in Cory Barlog as a director. So it'll be exciting, man. That's why I'm saying I'm curious to know when Sony's going to have another. I'm curious to know when Sony's going to have another proper show, because when they do, there is a decent chance they might bring this new IP from Sony Santa Monica. So I appreciate that super chat, bud. We have another super chat here from Salvazard06. He says, people just want to bash on Naughty Dog for some reason. I wasn't a fan of Part 2's story, but they're still a top-tier studio. Let's be honest. No other studio reaches their level of detail. I'm in agreement with that. And that's kind of the funny thing about the conversation we had earlier, Salvazard, is that when I talk about Sony, or like specifically Naughty Dog within Sony Studios, maybe going down a couple notches, that actually, it does, like, some people I think will perceive that as me saying like, oh, they're not as good anymore, or they're not top tier. Like, no, dude, we're talking about PlayStation Studios. Almost every studio, on like especially their bigger ones, they're all top tier. They're all like S tier studios. Like Naughty Dog is an S tier studio. I just think in terms of output this generation, they have a little bit more to prove with whatever's coming next. A great example, and I maintain this. I think it starts with The Last of Us multiplayer. Like, I think when we see what this game looks like, and people realize, like, damn, dude, this looks top tier, right? Like this, everything about this game looks amazing. I think that's going to do a good job in winning some people back. And regardless of what their next project is, whether it's The Last of Us Part 3 or a new IP, when Naughty Dog reveals their next single player game, it's going to make people hit the roof. It is. Like it's going to command all the attention in the room, in the gaming industry. That's just how it works. And so I do agree that this is, again, a situation where, unfortunately, there is the constant removal of nuance and context, really, with a lot of this. And because of it, people, like I said, they just want to make blanket statements where, and I get it. Sometimes it's just easier. Naughty Dog sucks. It's like, well, but do they actually suck? Like, what does that even mean? If we're talking about like a studio that produces bad video games, if a studio that produces objectively like broken and flawed and just not good video games from top to bottom, and somebody wants to label them, well, they suck, they're a bad studio, like, I feel like that's kind of earned and warranted. Like a studio like Naughty Dog, for me, it's more like, again, it should be a little bit more nuanced, where at worst, they're just not quite the same anymore. They're not what they're not what I thought they would be at this point in time at the PlayStation, in the PlayStation 5's life cycle. Like, I feel like that's fair. I get that their output hasn't been insane. But it just brings me back, man. Again, not to rehash it, but it does bring me back. You're saying like people just want to bash on Naughty Dog for some reason. It was unfortunate because when I, somebody mentioned I should react to my older Last of Us 2 like videos and criticizing it. I recall specifically many times stating how, like, for all the criticisms I have, like, there are many things that are good about a game like The Last of Us Part 2. Like, there are many things that Naughty Dog has excelled at, and like, they're absolute top tier, killing it, knocking it out of the park, and it was just interesting to me how, unfortunately, that just kind of got pushed to the side during that time, because like there was no room for that type of opinion or conversation where it's like, no, dude, you either love it or you hate it. Pick your side. And I unfortunately feel like that is just ever since that happened, Naughty Dog has just become a more divisive studio. And I just wish it wasn't that way, because it isn't that way. Like, it's not that simple. It's just really not. You know, it does remind me of The Last of Us Part 1, where it's like, I understand that when The Last of Us Part 1 was announced, some people behaved as if, oh my God, Sony is the worst video game publisher in the world and Naughty Dog is the absolute worst. They are criminals. Like, this is bullshit. And I'm like, listen, there are certainly things here that are not ideal that we can acknowledge, such as, does this game really need a remake? Out of all the things Naughty Dog could be doing, is this really what they should be prioritizing? Is the $70 price tag too much for this experience? And what, is that too much of an asking? Or is Sony asking too much for it? These are all absolutely valid questions that, we can work to discuss and have answers for. But one of the things that to me is objective about it is like, dude, listen, go play The Last of Us Part 1. You can't say it's a bad game. Like, you could say it's overdone. You can say you've already been here before. You can say it's too expensive, but you can't say it's a bad game. It's still one of the best games ever made. And to experience it at an even higher level of fidelity, in which we haven't seen before. I mean, look, man, I told you guys, I played that game. I platinumed it again. And even though I agree, I think the $70 price was too much, and I felt that getting this game again was too soon, I couldn't deny that I loved it. Like, I love The Last of Us. I think it's one of my all-time favorite games, and it was fun, straight up. Like, it was fun to replay it and kind of experience it in that new level of fidelity. But I definitely feel that need where it's like, okay, that's great, but I'm more than ready for something new from Naughty Dog, even if it's a multiplayer experience. Like, I need something new, and I don't want to play. Like, I don't want to play The Last of Us 1 again for a long time, But that's the thing, is a lot of people at that time, they jump to it's pick your side. You're either going to defend it and say this is fine, this is great, and there's nothing wrong with it, or you're going to jump on the other side and you're going to say everything's wrong with this. What happened? Like, it's ruined. It's like, well, come on. Neither of these things are true. Neither of them are true. So, you know how they say this, two things can be true at once? Two things can also be untrue at once. It goes both ways there. So, but yes, generally speaking with Naughty Dog, I think they do get a little bit more hate than they should. Like, I think people get a bit extreme with it, certainly. To be fair, though, and I'm just going to be straight up, I feel like sometimes, at least I remember, like, when The Last of Us Part 2 came out, I think Neil Druckmann sometimes, like, he stokes the flame a little bit. Come on. Don't get me wrong, not saying they deserve the hate that they get in some ways. Certainly not. People take it way too far. But, it is what it is, man. Like, these are people working for these studios. They're human beings. They're people get reactionary sometimes. It's just part of the experience. So I appreciate the super chat, Salvazar, and we'll see, man. I guess the last thing I'll say is, well, actually, it's not going to be the last thing I say, because I have another super chat here from Subtext saying, I'm surprised how much Naughty Dog stumbled on factions. We never even got a screenshot, just concept art. Want to be hopeful, but they seem lost in it. That's what's so tough, dude. Like, I keep using that word tough. I've been using it a lot lately, but it really is, because I have this vision in my head of what I think The Last of Us multiplayer looks like. But the harsh truth for me is that I've never seen this game. I've only seen two pieces of concept art. I have no idea what this game looks like. I mean, I feel like it's easy for me to visualize it because I know what The Last of Us 2 looks like and The Last of Us Part 1. But in terms of like what this game really looks like running on a PS5 and everything that encapsulates it, from graphics to, gameplay systems and mechanics, I do not know. but yet I still have hope. I don't know why. Maybe it's foolish of me. Maybe it's naive. And maybe I'll get burned so bad, I'll be like, wow, I can't believe this is how it turned out. I understand that because of the recent news we got with The Last of Us Factions multiplayer. I get it. Even I was very reactionary, very emotional in the moment where I was like, what the F is going on? And I think it was just really bad timing because it was coming off of the PlayStation showcase where I fully expected it to be there. And it was just difficult for me to accept it in that moment that this is the way it's going, man. Like, I know you've been waiting years for this, but sorry, like, this is the news you're getting today. Now that time has went on and I've had time to think about it and process it, it's like, look, I would be genuinely shocked if when we see The Last of Us multiplayer, it looks anything less than great. Like, if it just looks okay and it looks kind of rough and it looks kind of like, oh man, you can tell this is not Naughty Dog's thing, man. I will be surprised because I just don't expect that from a studio like Naughty Dog. I don't expect that from PlayStation Studios. I'm not saying that things don't go wrong. They go wrong all the time. I'm not saying that Sony's perfect, that PlayStation Studios is perfect, that Naughty Dog's perfect. I don't. But I guess I just figured that it's like, at the very least, man, again, Naughty Dog, knowing they're an S-tier studio in terms of talent and capability, the idea that they would fumble their first, especially, and I got to add this to it as well. They've done multiple multiplayer experiences for Uncharted and for The Last of Us. May not be dedicated games, but they were competent, functioning, fun experiences. So they know what they're doing in that sense. That's why I'm saying it would genuinely be shocking to me if after like 4 years of development, they're like, here you go. And it's like, what the hell is this? I'm not saying it needs to be like, oh my God, this is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. This is the next big thing. It doesn't have to, that would be great if that's what it was. It doesn't have to be that either. But what it should be, what The Last of Us Factions multiplayer should be, in my opinion, is, oh damn, is Naughty Dog about, look at, Naughty Dog did it, man. They set out to make a multiplayer game in The Last of Us universe. It's got that look. It's got that feel. It's just got that oomph behind it, I guess you could say, that you expect a Naughty Dog game to have. And if it lacks that, then I would be genuinely shocked because I'm like, that's not, since when is that the expectation from Naughty Dog? From a top tier PlayStation studio? That's not. And so, you know, I can't blame anybody. If anything, I'm the odd one out, right? Because I'm over here saying I still have hope. I still think it's going to be great. I personally think that the only reason this Last of Us multiplayer game, you know, needed to be delayed is because they have to figure out how to make it more sustainable as a live service game. Like, as a multiplayer experience, it could be fun as hell. Could be great. But it's like, how are we going to keep people coming back day in and day out? How are we going to make this the game that potentially millions of people decide this is what they're going to boot up and play with their friends every evening, every weekday evening? Like, you know, I could totally understand how that is a massive roadblock if that's your goal, right? Naughty Dog may have approached The Last of Us multiplayer with, we just want to make a really great game and great experience. And they probably did. Like, how could they not? How could they not? Like, they're Naughty Dog. But, you know, when Bungie came in, they're the live service experts, right? They've been doing it for over a decade, for probably longer than that. And they say, look, this is good, but we don't necessarily think that this is going to be something that people always come back to. Like, this seems more like something that people will be done with in a couple months at most. And like, to me, that isn't surprising. That, like, if that's the situation that The Last of Us multiplayer is in, that's not surprising because that is kind of in Naughty Dog's DNA, where it's like Naughty Dog is not used to making nor have they ever tried to make an experience that keeps people coming back for 6 months plus, for a year plus. They're only used to making these experiences that will last maybe a couple months, right? And that's their expertise. So, oh, hold on. Breaking news, Helldivers 2 is launching. Oh, was I right? Are we getting Helldivers 2's release date at China Joy? Or what? Is that what it's called? You better not be trolling me right now. Where'd you hear this? Yeah, oh, there we go. Helldivers 2 could be releasing this October according to a Sony partnership program mission briefing, which was sent to Insider Gaming under the condition of anonymity. Why is that? What? Why am I learning it this way? Hold on. Why? I'm laughing right now because it's like, why wouldn't they just announce that? Oh my God, no. Hold on. No. Sony. Come on now. That can't be right. You can't do that. You cannot drop Helldivers 2 the same month as Spider-Man 2. How are you going to do that? How is Sony going to do that to not only us, but to Arrowhead, bro? Come on, man. Even if it has to be November, but the same month as Spider-Man, come on, that's too much. I'll be there day one, no matter what. Dude, Helldivers 2 could launch the same day as Spider-Man 2. I'm buying both games and I'm playing both that same exact day, damn it. But Sony, please. Saying apples and oranges. That is true, but I don't know, man. That is true, but I feel like a game like Helldivers, if Sony can give it a little bit of space, it could be the difference maker in people who are maybe unsure. Like, you know what? I'm looking for something to play. Ooh, Helldivers 2 just came out. I'll give that a try. I feel like that goes out the window when it's like, Helldivers 2 just came out, and I don't care because I'm playing Spider-Man 2. I'm playing every other holiday game. Damn. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe that's why they haven't announced the date yet. All right, let me just read this article for you guys from Insider Gaming. Helldivers 2 could be releasing this October according to a Sony partnership program mission briefing, which was sent to Insider Gaming under the condition of anonymity. According to the mission briefing, which appears to be a mistake on behalf of the publisher, creators are told to, quote, mention that the game will be released in October, end quote. Unfortunately, though, no exact date was provided. The news comes in light of a new update on Reddit, which reveals that Helldivers 2 has officially been rated. The rating summary reads as follows. This is an action game in which players assume the role of soldiers attempting to win an intergalactic war. From a third-person perspective, players use pistols, assault rifles, sniper rifles, flamethrowers, turrets, grenades, and rocket launchers to shoot and kill enemies. Robots, cyborgs, giant insects. Combat is accompanied by realistic gunfire, cries of pain, and blood splatter effects. Some areas of the battlefield depict bloodstains and dismembered corpses. Players can continue to attack defeated enemies, causing additional blood splatter effects and dismemberment. Players can also shoot and kill human civilians during rescue missions. Oh, damn. I didn't even know there were rescue missions. That's interesting. Okay, you know, that's interesting to me. Let me read that one more time. Check this out. According to the briefing, quote, the publisher, or on behalf of the publisher, creators are told to, quote, mention that the game will be released in October. So I guess it's up to Sony. That's interesting. I guess in this case, it really is, Sony is pretty much telling them, like, we want you to release this game in October. It almost makes you wonder, like, is the game pretty much done already? Fascinating. I wonder what the logic behind that is, man. Like, I wonder why Sony would be like, we want you to release this game the same month as Spider-Man 2. Maybe there's, I don't know, maybe if they release it like October 1st or 2nd or 3rd or something, maybe that's more than enough time. You know, if they really do decide to launch Helldivers 2 in October, if they do it at least like a week and a half or 2 weeks before Spider-Man 2, I guess that could work. But I don't know, man. I think that's... I'm nervous, man. Helldivers is part of PS Plus. Now, that would be big. That would be very big. That could be the difference maker. Ooh. That would be huge, actually. Now I'm thinking that would be crazy. I feel like that's too good to be true, though, man. Like, I just got really excited there because the reason why I would get excited about that is because I want to see Helldivers 2 succeed. And if they're launching Helldivers 2 in October, I would be very, especially if it's a full price game or close to it, I would be very afraid, like, dude, this game's going to get decimated. If they launch it into PlayStation Plus, though, I mean, that's a great time to, a lot of people are going to be subscribing to PS Plus at that time. So, I don't know, man. It is launching on PC as well. Either way, though, I'm excited. I'm glad the game got rated. That means it's pretty much coming, man. It shouldn't get delayed. So let's go for it, dude. You're saying Helldivers 2 is second party. It's dependent on sales. That's the entire point. Yeah, that's true. Well, yeah, that is true. But keep in mind, Shelly, that if a game like Helldivers 2 were to go into PlayStation Plus day one, Sony would have paid for that. Like they would have given that studio a massive lump sum of money, based on how many sales the game was predicted to have. But as far as I'm aware, the game isn't even up for pre-order yet. So I don't know, man. I want to see Helldivers 2 succeed because to me, it looks good. To me, Helldivers 2 it's similar to Returnal in a sense, to where like Housemarque was, smaller independent team known for more arcade-like games, top-down view. And then Sony came in and they're like, what if you want to, like, let's see what you can do with a AAA budget. And we saw what they did with Returnal. Now, granted, Returnal is a single-player game. When you look at Helldivers, it is a multiplayer game, but same situation. Arrowhead Studios, known for, top-down, kind of like arcade-type shooter. And they're like, what if we give you a AAA budget, over-the-shoulder third person? What can you guys do? We have Omen86 keeping the membership train alive and going. He drops another membership gift. Omen86 doing some work today alongside other very generous community members.
No matter what,
we've been talking about The Last of Us,
something to fight for.
So I figure I will give you a Joel for that one, dude. Thank you so much for all the support, Omen86, and thank you for keeping that membership train going, making sure it doesn't come to a stop. And yeah, it's also worth noting, I'm pretty sure Helldivers 2 is one of the live service games that Sony has mentioned. We don't necessarily have full-blown confirmation of that yet, but based off of what we know about it, it seems like it is going to be one of those games that Sony's hoping can kind of go on for at the very least, a couple years straight, right? For the PS5. And on top of that, we have Herpy Derps also following up Omen86 with another membership gift. Herpy Derps chiming in here again, keeping the W's going, keeping the memberships going. Really appreciate that, dude.
Thank you.
Appreciate that, Herpy Derps. Let me update this really quickly. And actually, Omen86 does it again. Dude, Omen86, he's like, you know what? Let's get another one in there, dude. Omen86 drops another membership. And then Exley3000 right behind Omen with another 5. Another membership train. I mean, it's not even another one. It's just you keep it. The momentum just keeps going, man. W's in the chat for Exley. That brings us up to 164. Let me get some.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Let me get some thank yous in here.
Kept you
And
waiting.
let me
huh?
update this. So 164. Thank you guys so much, man. And we are at 164. And as soon as I come back, dude, Herpy Derps comes back with another 5, bro. Herpy Derps comes in with another 5, and then Omen86 with another 5. Basically making a 10 bomb. These guys are going nuts today. Look at this. They won't stop. They just keep it going, man. That brings us up to 174 new members. That is wild, man. I can't even believe that. Look at this community, dude. I'm genuinely surprised. Really. I don't know why I am, but I am. You guys just always continually show such generosity, man. I mean, I cannot thank you guys enough. And Hellbound 1981 He's jumping in on this as well, dropping another 5. Look at these guys. We need some W's in the chat. We need some bombs. We need some Giga Chads. We need it all, man. Because these guys deserve it, really. And Omen's just like, I ain't stopping, MBG. Omen's like, yo, here's another one, bro. Here's another membership gift. And then Paul Ganell comes out of nowhere. He jumps in. Paul's like, you know what? I'm getting in on this today. He drops another 5 members as well. Huge shout out to Paul, longtime member. Thank you so much for that, Paul. All you guys, thank you, man. I was going to give you an update on the number, but you guys just keep it coming, man. You keep it coming. It says here we're at 185 new members on the day. That is crazy. Guys, I started with a goal of 50, which I thought was already incredibly high. 50 is a lot of members, bro. And you guys are like, no, man, we're getting to 185. That's where we're getting to today. I mean, really, thank you guys so much. The support is unbelievable. So let me update this goal for you here. Man, I can't even keep up. I'm trying to manually add all these members, and I can't even keep up, man. I can't. It's so much. So yeah, I apologize if I sound like a broken record. I know it's tough for some people. But we have 185 new members. Well, actually, hold on. Because Omen86 is like, no, MBG, we are not done. This membership train is not slowing down just yet. I'm going to drop another 10 bomb on this community. Omen86 drops another 10 bomb today. And that brings us up to 195 members. To the 195 members, again, you now have access to members exclusive content courtesy of these very generous and very awesome community members. And then Hellbound 1981 gets us to 200 members by gifting another 5 memberships. 200 members on the day. What? I got to get another one of these in. I got to get another one of those because I can't even believe that, dude. We hit 200 today. Totally unexpected, man. This community, I got to tell you, this community is incredible. I mean, really, I got to hand it to you guys. I do. You continually blow my mind and shock me with the level of support you show the channel. And it is crazy to witness, man. It is. So there we go, man. Let me update this member goal to reflect what you guys have done today. $200 members. That's impressive, guys. I don't know how you keep doing it, but you do. You find a way. 200 members. Saying we got to get MBG a mansion near PlayStation headquarters. Yeah, dude, I get a mansion. I'll get a mansion built like right near PlayStation HQ. I'll try to have as much influence as I can. But yeah, in all seriousness, guys, thank you once again. I know that some people maybe, they get a little bit tired of the whole membership train thing. And I understand. I thank you for your patience, but you have to understand that those who are gifting memberships, those who are super chatting, these are people who are powering this channel. And without that type of, and oh my God, no way, bro. Holy shit. As I am about to give my big thank you, Omen86 comes in off the top ropes, bro. He's doing like a triple backflip. I don't know what he's doing, but he's doing something crazy. He drops a 50 bomb.
Holy
Omen86 drops a 50 bomb on us, guys. Holy shit. Omen86 was not playing around when he decided this membership train is not stopping yet. It's not slowing down. It's doing quite the opposite. We are speeding this thing up. Holy shit, dude. Herpy Derp says, I'm done, LOL. Yeah, dude, holy shit. That automatically shoots us from, look at that. I just updated my member goal. I think he did that on purpose. He knew we were at 200. So he's like, let's drop a 50 bomb. Let's get this thing to 250. That's wild though, man. Seriously. 250 memberships, and a 50 bomb from Omen86. Omen86, clearly a legend, man. I mean, how many legends do we... I can't even keep it. I mean, I'm going to have to come up with different tiers now at this point. The most legendary of legends. I don't know. It's too crazy, man. It's too crazy. We got Shadow Gamer 24. Follow Shadow Gamer. Shout out to you, man. Shadow Gamer comes in. He drops 5 memberships of his own. That brings us to 255. 255 members, guys. 255 members. You're saying anyone and everyone that gifts is a legend. Yeah, I got to come up with like different tiers here, man, because I mean, we got legends, we got legendary legends, we got the legends cubed. I don't know. It's too, I don't even know at this point. MBG, you'll be neighbors with Mark Cerny. So yeah, it's like I see Mark Cerny outside. So hey, Mark, lawn's looking pretty good today. So you got any news about that PlayStation 6? Got anything you want to share with me, Mark? Gets a restraining order. On me. But dude, Omen86, man, that's crazy. I really do appreciate that, man. And Omen86, he can't stop. Omen86 drops another membership, and then CD Gaming, another legend. The MBG Battalion is in full force. CD Gaming, another legend, comes in and drops a membership as well. 257. You guys are insane. Seriously, you guys are insane. The support is next level, man. It's so crazy because I swear, man, I go into these streams sometimes and I'm like, I don't know. Some of these streams are so crazy, I just never know what to expect. And I always think to myself, okay, well, today will probably be a pretty chill day, you know? Pretty calm day. You know, my community's already went just over the top and they're like, no, dude, it's not a chill day. We're going harder. We're going harder today. My son seems to be a little bit upset out there. If only he knew. Don't cry, son. Don't cry. We have so many amazing members here, bro. Calling my son bro. See what you guys got me doing? Is the mic picking that up though? Because he's like, he's like, no. Son, I assure you, these memberships, they're for all of us. No, thank you guys so much though, man. That I gotta update the goal again because you guys don't even. I mean, you guys don't rest. You don't even give me a chance to keep up. That's it. I'm not kidding though when I say like, dude, I went into today's stream. I'm like, look, man, it's gonna be a calm, chill day. You know, this community, they've done just so much work for one another and me, and it's just so crazy. You never know when it's gonna happen, man. And thanks to you guys. I mean, really, I can't help but apologize because I feel like a broken record, but it's hard not to, man. You know, I mean, how could I not sit here for the entirety of the stream just thanking you guys when you drop 257 memberships in a single Sunday stream? It's hard not to. So, really quickly, I do want to, I want to thank everybody else as well. I know a lot of people watch and they aren't necessarily gifting or anything like that. You know, maybe it's not within their means to be able to do so. So for those who watch patiently, and I know it can get frustrating because they're like, damn, we gotta get to the topics, bro. I really do value your patience, and it means a lot. And yeah, I just would have never thought, honestly. And last thing I'll say, and I promise I'll move on. I still have plenty of super chats to get through. Last thing I'll say is, I've said it before, worth mentioning again. This community has taken this channel to new heights, new levels. It's inspired new levels of motivation in me. It's been nothing but good in terms of just not even just growth or exposure or anything like that, but even just I noticed in this community streaming more often, seeing people, a lot of the same, I mean, I would say faces, but, users, I guess, well, basically faces because of the profile pictures, seeing a lot of the same faces, the way you guys interact with each other, it's just sometimes you don't realize like how special it kind of is. Not to get too mushy gushy or anything, but it is. It really is. It's very cool to see. It's just something I would have never thought we would have been able to do here, and yet here we are. And it's like stronger than I ever could have imagined. So seriously. And as I'm saying that, Omen86 just can't stop. It's like he wants the train to go off the rails, man. He drops another 5 memberships. Dude, Omen, thank you so much. Thank you to everybody who was gifted today. I mean, where are we at now? We are at 262. Think about that. 262 new members. I mean, that's wild, man. So thank you guys, man. Thank you for the continued support. Thank you for showing each other love. That's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to foster a good, healthy, engaged, and passionate community, man. And I feel like you guys, as I stream more and more, getting a solid schedule in here, I think that's what we're building. I really do think that's what we're building. And it's awesome. It really is. So sincerely, thank you guys. Now I'm going to end it there because I know if I don't, I'll just be sitting here on repeat thanking. I do have to get to these super chats. Shout out to all those who super chat. We have another one here from, ironically enough, Omen86, a super chat from Omen86. Thank you, man. Doing it all today. He says, besides other PlayStation studios, name one studio that matches the level of talent Naughty Dog has in their little pinky. The curtains have yet to be lifted in their little pinky. Damn. Omen86, I think it's safe to say Omen86 is loving Naughty Dog. Huge fan of Naughty Dog. Well, Omen86, I will tell you that in my opinion, I do think there are other studios underneath the PlayStation Studios banner that are, I don't know if I view any of them as like better than one another, because I feel like that's unfair. It makes me feel kind of bad. For example, Insomniac and what they've done with the PS5 generation so far. I don't feel right being like, oh, Insomniac's so much better than Naughty Dog, because in reality, it's like, actually, they probably are just as talented as one another. The only, the main difference for me is this generation, Insomniac has shown that, like, we have the talent, but our output is going to be on another level. Like, we're going to be doing some heavy lifting for Sony for the PlayStation brand this generation. And I also don't want to take anything away from any of the other studios, because the reality is, if you look at Naughty Dog, man, you can't take, like, the reason why Naughty Dog commands respect is if you look at their track record, you look at their history, it's where it's like, dude, how much heavy lifting has Naughty Dog as a studio done for the PlayStation brand? I mean, more than probably any other studio at certain times. So the way I view it is like this. Sony's top studio, I don't know if I can say every PlayStation studio at this point, because there's so many now, but the big hitters, the top tier studios, they all have so much talent that they have to kind of rely on one another. You know what I mean? Like when one studio is kind of going and, like you said, they're going behind the curtain, they're going to do their thing, another has to rise up and take that mantle. And now it's their turn to do the heavy lifting, and I feel like that's kind of what we've seen. And Fred Vance comes back out of nowhere, dropping another 5 memberships. Let's get some W's in the chat for Fred. Fred's like, dude, this isn't over yet. He brings us to 267. Huge shout out to you, Fred. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for all you've done for the channel and continue to do, and keeping this membership train going today. That one's for you, Fred. Yeah, W's in the chat for Fred. Let's go. So yeah, Omen86, I think that's kind of how I view it, where it's Sony has somehow, I don't know how they did it. I guess this is kind of the ace up Sony's sleeve, where they have, again, fostered these top tier, S+ tier development teams, where they're not, because they try to make some of the biggest and best games, they're not always going to be able to do the heavy lifting perpetually. They need to kind of have a bounce back, where when the time comes where they gotta like, you know, go down and put their nose to the grindstone and get work done and work on the next big thing, another studio needs to come in and take their place. And I think that's kind of where the respect for me personally comes in for a lot of PlayStation studios and also Sony's management of them, where they have been doing a phenomenal job pretty much since I'd say 2015, 2016 up until now, like almost a decade straight, really, where they've just been on point where anytime one studio has to go back and start working again, another one just comes in and takes their place. And I think that Naughty Dog is going to do that. Like you're saying the curtain has yet to be lifted. Naughty Dog's time is coming. It is. And as I said, man, like I haven't seen anything of this Last of Us game, the multiplayer game. We don't know pretty much anything about their new single player game. The day is going to come where it's time for Naughty Dog to, like you said, lift that curtain, show what they've been working on. And I don't know, man. I don't see a scenario where people see it and they're like, that's it. I just don't see that happening. I don't. It would be surprising if that happened. I think we're going to be reminded again, you know, like, oh, right, it's Naughty Dog, you know, like they do great work. That's my hope anyway. I'm very optimistic in that sense. I don't want to overstate anything. I've had a tendency of doing that in the past. Like, I don't want to say that it's a guarantee that Naughty Dog's next game is going to be a 10 out of 10 banger. Like, I have confidence. I know people talk that way. I'm trying to prevent not talk that way anymore because it's just, you know, again, it's a bit arrogant and it just doesn't feel quite right. I feel very confident in Naughty Dog's ability. They have a great track record in terms of not only proving they're one of the most talented studios and they're at the cutting edge of like what they can do with graphics and animation. And I mean, dude, the level of detail in a game like The Last of Us Part 2, absolutely mind blowing. They're going to take that to another level, no doubt about it, with the PS5. And we have yet to really see what Naughty Dog can do on the PS5. I think The Last of Us Part 1 is a bit of a tease of like, you know, this is kind of what we can do, but it's a PS3 game. I'm very interested to see what Naughty Dog can do when they're just like, this is a PS5 game and a PS5 game only. Like, we started on the PS5 when we started developing this. Very curious to see about that. MBG, will Spider-Man 2 break into the 90s on Metacritic? I think so. Again, I don't want to say it's a guarantee. It's a level of confidence. Everything I'm seeing and hearing of Spider-Man 2, it sounds... I see people, they say Spider-Man 2 is going to be more of the same. It could be. But, well, first off, even if that's the case, that's a great thing. Because what we're talking about here is more of the same as in a fantastic single-player AAA video game. You know? I'm not... You know, I put out this tweet the other day where I said Spider-Man 2 is going to be one of the biggest games of this generation. And what was kind of funny to me, and even a little bit surprising, although maybe it shouldn't have been surprising, I got a lot of replies of people saying, no, Starfield. No, Starfield. Starfield's going to be that game. And I'm just like, what does that have to do with what I said? It has nothing to do with what I said. Starfield is not part of this conversation. I said one of. Spider-Man 2 will be one of the biggest games of this generation. And for some reason, there are people that are so sensitive and so defensive where they don't even read what I'm saying properly. And they just, like, they literally read what I typed about Spider-Man 2. In their brain, it translates as I said, Starfield is not going to be one of the biggest games of the generation. It's insane. Like, I don't know why people get like that. But I also got some replies from some people who were saying, I don't know, man, Spider-Man 2, it looks like more of the same. Doesn't look like it's doing anything special. And this is where I feel like I don't know what people expect in terms of, like, you know, like what we consider like one of the biggest games of the generation. But for me, my expectation for Spider-Man 2 and why I believe it will be one of the biggest games of this generation is simply for the fact that I think it's going to be viewed as one of the best superhero games ever made. It's good. It reminds me of what Spider-Man 2018 and the Arkham games did last generation, where it's like, nothing these games did was like mind-bending, like, oh my God, like this is truly the most innovative thing we've ever seen. No, they're superhero games. But that's the thing, is what they did was they took these superheroes that people love and they gave them the best possible game that they could have. And if you look at like the Arkham games, for example, they only got better. Although I think some people think the second game maybe was better than the third, but there was like a progression there. And I feel like it's just weird to me that people look at like the Arkham games where we got 3 and they were over the course of, I think, 2 console generations, and people are like, oh my God, they just got better. But for some reason, people act like with Spider-Man 2, not everybody acts like this, but some people act like, oh, well, it's just more of the same. Like, what? I don't know, man. Like, they're opening up the world more. They're expanding it. They're giving you more ways to traverse the city and more meaning. Like, again, I know maybe to some people it's not a big deal, but they are apparently greatly improving the web swinging, and they're giving you web wings. And I'm like, I don't know if people really remember very well, but I do. I remember playing Spider-Man 2018 and even Miles Morales, and I always enjoyed the web swinging, but as you're making your way through that game, it can get a little bit like, okay, well, that's, you could do a little bit of tricks, you could do some wall running, but you're basically that's kind of it, right? You could boost forward a little bit. I like the idea of let's expand upon this and basically potentially completely change how traversal can work and how it can feel in this open world sandbox. Like, I understand that to some people that might be something like, oh, well, it's not that big of a deal. But like, again, I don't know. As somebody who put a lot of time in these previous entries, and I'm planning on putting a lot of time in this new one, that kind of is a big deal to me, and the symbiote suit alone, again, I'm not trying to make it sound like it's the most mind-bending, mind-blowing thing. It's not, but there's nothing even remotely like that in the previous 2 games, like not even close. Like, it genuinely looks game-changing, and yet people are just like, not everybody's like that, but you see those types of responses. It's like, whatever, it's not. And I get not frustrated, but just confused, where it's like, what are you expecting here? Like, is it just because it's a sequel? Like, automatically you're just like, you categorize it as, well, this can't be a memorable game of this generation because it's just a sequel. Because I'll tell you right now, God of War Ragnarok was a sequel. That is one of the best games we're going to get this generation, hands down. You know what I mean? Like, even though it came out on PS4, like, I played that game and I still think about it. And I guarantee you that 2025, 2026, as we approach the next generation, I'm going to look back on this generation and that's going to be a highlight game. I fully anticipate that Spider-Man 2 is also going to be one of those games where I'm like, the question I have is, Spider-Man 2 going to be better than God of War Ragnarok? That's the question. And I don't know that I'm expecting that, but that would be quite the surprise. And Omen 86, he just can't stop today. Omen 86, an absolute beast, comes in and drops another membership gift. I don't even know how many that is today, man, but that has to be like 75 memberships, more than that. Omen 86 going crazy out here today, dude. Thank you, man. Thank you so much for that immense support. It means a lot, man. Oh, I'm getting Omen 86 hyped up talking about Spider-Man 2. And that's the thing. Like, I'm trying to. The reality is, I don't care what other people think or what they have to say in terms of, like, if I say I think Spider-Man 2, or I say Spider-Man 2 will be one of the biggest games of this generation. I'm just talking about Spider-Man. There will be many other games. There have been games that are going to be remembered as some of the biggest of this generation. And Starfield, I think it's safe to say, will be one of those games. Like, again, I don't know. I know that there's like this kind of weird fixation where people want to constantly compare Starfield and Spider-Man, and I don't know why. Like, I just don't, like, maybe sales-wise, I guess, maybe I could kind of understand that, but there's just no point in even trying to compare those two. Like, they are so, you want to talk about apples to oranges, that is 100% apples to oranges. They're just not comparable. They're both going to do very well. And chances are both games are probably going to be remembered as like some top tier games that we got this generation. Fred Vance saying he's got to go. Wishing everybody a good rest of their day. Well, I appreciate, Fred, I appreciate you stopping by, and I appreciate all the support that you have shown today and continue to show. So I hope you enjoy the rest of your Sunday, man, and hopefully I'll catch you next stream, which should be on Tuesday. So take care, bud. Let me see. So I don't know why I went on that massive tangent there. Omen86 says Jim Ryan is my superhero. We need a PlayStation Studios game. We need Insomniac to make a game where you are playing as Jim Ryan and he has like superpowers. Now that would be the game, man. That would be the game of the generation, right? Let me see here. We got Josh Z. Thank you so much for the super chat, man. You're saying they will focus more on new IP when players stop playing their established franchises, but much like Nintendo, that will never happen. Yeah, so Josh, I think you are correct in that assessment, because one of the things that Sony's CEO said this year, I think it was a couple months ago, he acknowledged the success, I think, of the Mario movie, and in doing so, he basically pointed out how Nintendo is able to just keep growing their IP, like to just new heights and new levels. And he seemed to insinuate in some way that PlayStation kind of wants to attempt to do the same thing with their own IP. And that's, you know, that's a big ambition right there, because I don't know that Sony could necessarily get to where Nintendo is in terms of IP recognition anytime soon. But I do think if Sony really tries with some of their IP, I think they could. And I think we're clearly seeing them pursue that. But I'll tell you this. Here's something else, Josh. I firmly believe this as well. Sony would not challenge their own developers. And what I mean by that is developers are always going to have a desire at certain points to do something new. Guerrilla right now, I know we want to blame Sony, or some people want to blame Sony because of the milkification, as we call it, of Horizon, where it's like, oh my God, that's all they want to do is Horizon. If you listen to the interviews from Guerrilla developers, and especially the higher ups at Guerrilla, it's pretty clear they want to keep doing Horizon. There is no friction in that studio where like a certain group of people are like, we don't want to do this anymore. Like, no, they want to do Horizon. Like, they love their series and they want to grow it. And I think Sony is just like, well, you know, yeah, let's do it. Like, we will support that. Again, I think this is a great opportunity to point out, I don't mean to sound like a broken record with this, but it's a great opportunity to point out that with Sony Bend, there was strife in that studio. Half the studio wanted to do another Days Gone, the other half did not. And Sony basically told them, like, you guys got to sort this out. And it was a kind of like, you know, they had to settle it. And where they ended up settling is, okay, well, change in management. We want to do something new. But, you know, make no mistake, I'm telling you guys, I could be wrong, but I have a hard time believing it to be any other way. Sony would have loved to sell all of us a Days Gone 2 because it would have sold like 10 million copies, you know, or close to. It would have sold a lot. I'm sure Sony would have loved to have done that, but it was made clear that in order for Bend Studio to be happy as a development studio and to be in an ideal place, they wanted to make something new. And so Sony said, okay, make something new. Take that time. And that, to me, like, same thing with, here's another thing. I'm sure Sony would have loved for Cory Barlog to just continue doing God of War because look at what he did with it. Like, why would you not want this man to keep doing God of War? But I'm sure Corey was like, I feel happy with what I did with God of War. I want to do something new. And if Corey asks you, can I work on a new IP? You don't tell him no. You know what I mean? You say, yeah, of course. And Eric Williams did a phenomenal job with Ragnarok, you know? And this is where I'm saying, like, I think a lot of people are under the impression that Sony drops a hammer on their studios and says, no, you do this. I think there's a little bit of negotiating, like where Sony will maybe lay out some reasons like why we think you should do this and we would highly encourage it. But at the same time, I think they give the studios enough freedom, their leadership anyway, to come to their own decision, to make their own decisions. I mean, like, and if you think about it, like, look, again, not to keep rehashing and going over the same studios, but I want to just look at Sucker Punch one more time. You know, Sucker Punch found unbelievable success with Ghost of Tsushima. Like, I cannot understate how successful Ghost of Tsushima was. It came out only a month after The Last of Us Part 2, an established franchise, and still managed to sell like over 10 million units as a brand new IP. It did. I will say, it did so with a massive amount of PS4s on the market, but I think it sold 10 million. I don't know if it sold faster than The Last of Us Part 2, but it was pretty damn close. That's insane. If you're Sucker Punch and you just made a brand new game and it's a mega hit, who in that studio is thinking, all right, well, I want to go make another Infamous now? Like, it's no offense to Infamous, but it's like, dude, you want to make more Ghost of Tsushima. Like, of course you do. You're excited to do that. You're eager. You probably have all these ideas. I mean, every ounce of blood, sweat, and tear that they put into Ghost of Tsushima, they did so hoping it would succeed so they could do more of it, you know? So I think there's more autonomy at PlayStation Studios than some people realize. At least that's my read on it. And Omen 86 coming in again. Dude, Omen 86 is like, I'm going to just keep sprinkling on more memberships. Omen 86 drops another channel membership, dude. Omen keeps doing it, man. He just keeps it going today. That brings us up to 269. 269. Thank you, man. And thank you, Josh, for that super chat. Let me drink a little bit of water here. Hang tight, guys. I'm gonna make my way through these super chats. My throat's getting real dry. You know, sometimes I focus too much on drinking coffee when I'm doing these streams. And before I know it, like 3 hours went by and I didn't have a single drop of water. Gotta stay hydrated, man. All right. Hydration break over. All right. The next super chat I have here is from Darak. Really appreciate that $5, man. You're saying, please keep the Sunday streams. I work a lot, and the Sunday streams I can actually catch. Yeah, that's my plan, man. This is a good opportunity, Darak, to let you and others know my streaming schedule. So I'm talking to my guy, Rick. Excuse me. He does the channel art. And, you know, he's working on some new stuff for me. I don't know when it'll be implemented, but one of the things I requested is I'm going to try to have on my channel banner my schedule, like my stream schedule, my video schedule, and my member exclusive content schedule. So anybody who comes to the channel or comes to my channel's homepage, they'll see it right there. You'll know exactly when you can catch my streams at what times. And when it comes to streaming, my schedule is Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, 12 p.m. Eastern. And It'll only, the only time I plan to miss Sunday streams going forward is if I have to take a break or something really important has come up. And that'll probably rarely happen. So yeah, if you like the Sunday streams, man, look forward to more because you're going to get more of them. And Omen86 with another super chat saying PlayStation gamers spend more money on MBG memberships than Xbox gamers spend on games. And as I read that, Omen86 drops another membership, bro. Damn, Omen86 is being savage towards Xbox out here for no reason whatsoever. Like, nobody. Omen86, we dropping more money on MBG memberships than Xbox gamers on their games. You're saying you like round numbers? No, I appreciate it, dude. He drops another gift. That brings us to 270, man. That's a colossal number. I mean, dude, we have some of these streams on occasion that are just absolutely wild, like anomaly streams. But getting 100 memberships, getting 50 memberships on a stream is crazy. Getting 100 is crazier. Getting 150, getting 200 is insane. Getting over 200, I mean, we're almost at that's wild, dude. I could never anticipate that. And we have Big MP. I think that's what he said he wants to go. We got Big MP coming in, dropping another membership as well. Just randomly coming in, being like, yo, I'm going to follow up Omen86 here. I think he read what Omen said about he likes rounded numbers. Thank you so much, Big MP. Another legend here who went crazy last week. 271 on the day, man. Thank you, guys. Let me see. We got where are we at here? I just want to make sure I don't miss any of these supers. We got Josh Z again. Thank you for the 10, bud. Oh, I lost it. You're saying, also, I want to clear up the confusion about Sega. They are actually owned by Sega Sammy Holdings, which manufactures Japanese slot machines bought in 2004. They use Sonic to fund their gambling business. Wow. You know, it's just weird reading that because I had no idea. That's so random. They use Sonic to fund their gambling business. Doesn't Konami, I don't know, isn't that like what Konami was doing for a little while? It reminds me of that. I remember like Konami with their pachinko machines and whatnot. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Sega. I don't have any problems with Sega as a video game publisher, but I don't know that I really play any games of theirs. The only games that I can think of, like I'm not into Sonic. I never will be. You're saying Sammy used to be a video game dev? I never knew that. Omen86, dude, Omen86, like every 5 minutes is like dropping a membership gift, dude. Omen, thank you, bud. I'm going to have to keep giving you these Kratos thank yous because you just keep dropping them. That's 272, man. We're making our way there. Appreciate it, man. Yeah, Yakuza. So, wait, is Persona, is that Sega as well? Oh, you know what? Yeah, Persona and Yakuza. Damn. I don't know why I don't know why I forgot that. That Sega is the one that publishes Persona. Well, you know, people have told me for a long time I got to play either of these games. I got to play Persona. I got to play Yakuza. Look, not happening anytime soon. I'm going to be real with you guys. But yeah, I don't know. Because I see people talking about like, will Sega be acquired by anybody in the future? It would be awkward for me if Sona, if what the hell? What word did I just said Sona? Like I didn't even say Persona. I just said Sona. It would be awkward to me if anybody acquired Sega because I wouldn't really know how to feel about it. I just wouldn't. And we have Big MP. Big MP comes around again, dropping 5 membership gifts. I'll give Big MP
I sacrificed everything for my
a Jin Sakai. And a crazy one, because I know he likes the crazy one. Big MP keeping it going, bringing us up to 277 on the day. Look, that is insanity, man. 277. You guys are crazy. See, I'm glad I did 50 increments, man, because if not, I would have had to update this so much. So glad I did that. Thank you, Big MP. Well, what do you guys think about that? What do you guys think about Sega funding their gambling business? Video games and gambling, man. Two things that seem to always intersect one another in some way, shape, or form. Interesting. And Omen86, dude, Omen86 is like, let's do some big numbers today. Like even bigger. He's saying 300. Omen86 is saying he wants to get to 300. This man is on a mission, guys, for this community. He drops another 10 bomb, dude. Another 10 bomb.
Kept you waiting.
Omen86 is saying he's channeling Kratos right now, dude.
Be better.
Where does that bring us? That brings us to 288. Wow. Well, I don't know, man. At the rate we're going, it seems like we might get to 300 members, which I cannot. I like kind of can't believe that. Like again, it's just I can because you guys have done it before. And Big MP says we are going to get to 300. We're going to do it. Big MP says we're getting to 300 today. He drops another 10 bomb. Another 10 bomb. Are we going to do it? I don't know, man. I feel like somebody's going to get us over the edge here. Somebody's going to do it. I don't know who it's going to be. You're saying they're never going to give me a membership. No, if you stick around long enough, man, the memberships go out to people who are here the most and most engaged on the channel. So I should let everybody know because there's a ton of them up top. I don't know how many people are here. Click the icons up top. Make sure you opt in to be gifted a membership, man, because we are sitting at 297 memberships, and I have no doubt at the rate we're going, we're going to cross the 300 mark. It's like that seems clear that we're going to do that. So absolutely crazy, man. Omen86 getting us one step closer. Omen86 dropping another, dude. And Exley 3000. Exley 3000 wraps it up, man. Gets us over the line. Exley 3000 follows up Big MP and Omen86, bringing it to, well, it says right now 303. I don't know if that's the final number. I'm waiting to see if it's going to update because I lost track here. But either way, we crossed 300 memberships today. I can't even, guys, I can't even begin to express how insane that is. I think you guys know how insane that is. Herpy Derps is saying, after all the memberships I gifted, I still had to pay for my own. Dude, that really bothers me. In the sense that, like, I really, really wish I had some kind of control over it. I really do. It really bothers me that YouTube doesn't let me have any control whatsoever over where these memberships go. So that sucks. But dude, Herpy Derps, if anything, people who do that, it just goes to show how immense the support really is, man. So, damn. You're saying it's not your fault, MBG. I'm just a fan of the channel. Well, I appreciate it, dude. I really do. I appreciate everything you guys do for this channel, and it's insane, dude. We're sitting at 303 members, and Omen86 just says 350. I don't know, man. I'm not saying anything, dude. Like, believe me when I tell you, sitting at over 300 members is more than I could have asked for, certainly. Way more than enough. So that's on you, man. That's good stuff, though, man. I appreciate it. Really, I do. Let me update. So there we are. You guys did it, man. You guys did it. And Jay Pierce comes in, man. Everybody's getting involved today, dude. Thank you, guys. Jay Pierce comes in and drops another 5, dude. Jay Pierce keeps it going. That's 308 now. Jay Pierce. I've seen so many like people today just kind of chime in, which is so cool to see, man. Let me see. Let me make sure that's, so we're at 308. Let me bump that up. Man, I don't know. I do not know how you guys keep doing it. I do not know. Yeah, I mean, too many W's in the chat to count.
Enough from me. We're gonna have
Gotta let the games do the
talking.
talking. Let me see here. So, in an effort to make sure I can get to these super chats, let me see. We got so thank you for the super chat, Josh. We got The Rock saying, one more thing. What are you drinking in that cup? Just some coffee. I always try to have some coffee during my streams. It helps give me a little boost. And I never know how long the streams are going to be. Like, for example, I really thought today was going to be like a 2-hour stream or something, maybe like 2.5 hours. And we're already at almost the 3.5 hour mark. And we have Lone Wolf Gamer. Could be mistaken, and apologies if I am, but I feel like this is the first time I'm seeing Lone Wolf Gamer jump in here and gift a membership. Love to see it, man. It's always cool to see just like new people feeling inspired, wanting to do a little bit of gifting themselves. So shout out to Lone Wolf Gamer. And then Omen86 follows that up with another one. Omen86 with another, and he keeps saying 350. He wants to get to 350 today. I mean, dude, that would... I don't know, man. That's crazy, dude. 350. That's a wild number for memberships, man. Truly. Omen going crazy today, inspiring other people. Magnum Gaming with a $5 super chat. He says Sony is pro consumer. I don't know why I said so. Sony is pro consumer. I just got my PSVR 2 back from repair after my puppy Charlie chewed my cord. And yet Sony still honored the warranty. Back to VR. That's awesome to hear, man. I'm glad that they would do something like that, because that would be super anti-consumer, right? Like, you're one of the people that supported their very expensive peripheral, their very expensive PSVR 2, and they're like, yeah, sorry, man, you're not within warranty or whatever. But that's good, dude. I guess you got to be careful, right? I'll have to keep that in mind, because my cats like to chew wires too. So, yeah, keep it going, Magnum. Salvazard06, thank you for the 10. You're saying, not to get you back on Naughty Dog, but if part 2 gets a director's cut, they should allow the option of playing one story or the other. The back and forth was a horrible idea, in my opinion. Gameplay. Yeah, so... I don't know that I minded the back and forth. I do understand like why some people thought that was problematic, and in some ways maybe it was. I'm not gonna. Yeah, that's the big question. I think people have always kind of had this mindset that if they do a director's cut of The Last of Us Part 2, that there's going to be something else there that wasn't there in the original game, like added content or bonus content or something, and maybe that could be a way that they could handle it. That would be very interesting. That would be a very interesting choice where they're like, you know what? We're just going to separate these two stories, and you get to choose which one you want to play first and in what order. That would be very interesting to me, but I doubt they would do it, unfortunately. One of the biggest I don't want to get into it again. I will be just blunt, and I'll be to the point, and I'm not going to go on about it. All I'm going to say is I was genuinely shocked at how much of that game you spent playing as Abby. Like, I understood the point of Abby's character and like why they were like, in order for this story to work, we have to give you her point of view. We have to give you insight into her side of the story. But I was genuinely shocked. I was like, damn, dude, like pretty much like half this game, if not more than half, it felt like at times I'm playing as Abby. And I don't know if I enjoyed that much. Like I felt like the game would have been better off if you spent like 3/4 or more as Ellie and then only a certain chunk as Abby. But then again, you know, it's interesting. I remember there was like I don't know if this is true or not. Apparently that is the way that they were going to do it originally. Like, you apparently spent less time playing as Abby, but in playtesting, apparently the feedback was they just didn't like her. And so I think Naughty Dog was like, well, we have to add more to it. and we have to give them more time as Abby to try to get them to like her. And I guess maybe it worked. I don't know. You're saying they gave too much context for Abby? Well, I actually kind of agree with that, because like it starts making me ask the question, like, is the next Last of Us game, if we get it, going to star Abby? And I don't think so. I really don't think that's what they were going for, but that's kind of what I ended up walking away with a little bit. And Omen 86, man. Omen 86 is just going crazy today, and he says it again. He says 350. He says 350 after dropping 5 more memberships.
No matter what, you keep finding something.
Omen
to fight
86, man. He gets us to 315 on the day. I still, like, I don't think my brain's fully processing that number, man. I'm telling you. You're saying it did not work, LMAO. Lone Wolf Gamer, you're saying, MBG, I'm just enjoying your streams till I get my new PS5 on September 1st. Got about 5 weeks. Damn, dude, so you don't have a PS5 yet. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the streams, man, and I look forward to that, Lone Wolf Gamer. You'll have to come back, and I'm assuming it's like your first time. It'll be your first time playing PS5. Let me know what it's like, dude. I always enjoy hearing that from people, like people who haven't upgraded yet or haven't gotten a PS5, because I've had it for like it hasn't been like so long, but I've been playing so much on my PS5 for nearly 3 years now that I don't know. I want to live vicariously a little bit through people who, you know, it's their first time experience again, you know, because I remember mine, and it was really cool, man. I remember the launch of the PS5. It was an awesome day. It really was. I was so excited. I even did a stream that night. I streamed like 4 hours of Demon Souls. It was awesome. It was so fun. Let me see here. So Salvazard, we'll see what they do, man. But I'm curious if they'd make any significant changes. Maybe they'll have like DLC or something. I don't know. Appreciate the super chat. Let me see here. We got Herpy Derps with another 5 saying, MBG a Joker, here we go, would be great for a membership train. Just saying. Don't worry, Herpy Derps. Don't worry, man. It's coming. I can't add it right now on the fly, unfortunately. But yeah, I will make sure, I will do my absolute best to make sure that by next stream, we will have the famous Joker and here we go. Because you're right, that would be great. That'd probably actually I would say it would make more sense than a train sound, but I think it's just as effective, certainly. And Salvazard 06 again with another 5 saying, MBG, new soundbite, Helldivers, how about a nice cup of liberty? Oh, yeah, dude. That's so funny. As somebody who I'm not too familiar with the first one, I noticed there is a bit of humor with this game, and I kind of like the angle they're taking. You know, like spreading democracy and whatnot. It's pretty funny. There are so many different sound bites, man, that I could probably add. Like I said, I'm gonna have to like dedicate a day at some point to basically, I don't know, like, I'm not gonna say it would take a whole day's work, but to just really sort everything out and map out. So what I might do, it depends how far I want to go with it. I might put out like a members only post asking you guys to give me your ideas for new sound bites, because if I actually do map everything out, and I don't know, it's probably possible hook up like 2 keyboards or something, one just completely separate for sound bites. You know, I would definitely need some more ideas, because I know there's a lot out there, so that would be a funny one. So I appreciate that, Salvazard. We got, let me see, Herpy Derps with another dude with a $20 super chat, man. Thank you. You're saying, I think we'll get to a point in gaming where we're just not impressed by anything anymore. I think gaming and entertainment in general will hit a wall at some point. It's depressing to think that will happen in the future. Well, you know what? I think you're right about that, but I don't know that I agree with the depressing part, only because I think that this is where I think at some point we have to take a step back, or it would be wise, and I've done this recently, to take a step back and evaluate like reevaluate what it is about. I mean, you're talking about like all entertainment in general, but specifically about gaming. And I do this from time to time. Like, what is it about gaming that initially drew me to it? And when I think back about the good memories I have with gaming, you know, what is it about it that stands out to me? Like, what makes it such a good memory? And I notice as I'm getting older, it can be very easy, I think, as you not only age, but when you spend more and more time with something, even if it's something you love, you kind of, I don't want to say it loses its luster, because that sounds, I think, worse than it is. But I always kind of imagine it as like, it's like a flame, right? For me, I've been gaming for so many years and I put so many hours into gaming that at times it does feel like all that's really there are just kind of like embers. There isn't really a flame anymore. But on occasion, something does spark, right? Or something does kind of happen where the flame burns much brighter. But generally speaking, I do understand where you're coming from, Herpy Derps, because it's like, I think it's a combination of not only how much time you spend with games, your age, your overall experience, your overall just, passion or lack of passion, but it's also the industry itself, where it is true that there are so many, I don't want to say things are oversaturated. You know what? They are. I'll just be blunt. It's oversaturated, dude. Like, if you go look at the PlayStation Store, you're kind of like numb, because just look at the games. Look at all the games that drop on the PlayStation Store every single day. It's insanity. So I think that oversaturation and the fact that almost everything's been done, and not only has it been done, it's been done like a million times over at this point. It just creates this natural kind of, like, okay, well, it all just starts to kind of bleed into one another and blend together. But that's where I just kind of always think to myself, well, I think sometimes it comes down to, I know this sounds a little weird, but kind of focus a little bit, right? Like, you can find different ways to appreciate something, maybe different ways than how you appreciate it when you were younger. Like, when I was younger, it's always like the spectacle in a way. You know what I mean? It's like, it's very simple. I see a game, it looks awesome, the trailer looks awesome, the gameplay looks awesome, and boom, and it's just like, well, that's probably going to be one of the greatest things I ever experienced. You go through that loop enough times, eventually, like, you start asking more questions. And that's why I find it interesting that, for me, I learned that I'm just as passionate about talking about video games and my experience with video games as I am, and the industry in general, as I am about playing them and experiencing them firsthand. And it's just so funny to me, because I feel like that's kind of a natural extension of, where I think most people would have not necessarily walked away from video games when they reach that point of just total saturation and there's just too much of everything now. It's all the same. That's where I realized, like, I genuinely am passionate about it, to where this to me was the natural way forward, where I now get enjoyment, like actually evaluating and looking at what's going on in the gaming industry as a whole. I actually get enjoyment by sometimes, hearing specific minute details about video game development and certain studios and what's going on. And I don't know why. It's like a whole nother layer to it. And I guess maybe that layer was in some ways always going to be present, just it's a matter of when. And so I don't know, Herpy Derps, if you necessarily feel the same way, but that kind of makes me feel better to some extent, where like less depressed, because I do get where you're coming from, man. I do sometimes find myself a little bit concerned about, like, what are games going to be like, 5 years from now? Like, am I really going to care as much as I care now? And do I care now as much as I cared 5 years ago? And it's different. Sometimes the answer to that is yes. Sometimes the answer to it's no. It's a complicated thing. And so I guess the best thing I could end this super chat on is basically saying, like, and maybe this is a little bit unexpected. Sometimes people need to take a break. You know, sometimes people need to take a little break and they need to realize, like, you know, too much of a good thing can not necessarily be a bad thing. And in many cases it can be, but it can just be it can become a dull thing, you know? So I do notice that sometimes it is beneficial to take a break. And when you come back, it's like, oh, damn, you know, kind of rekindle something. And really quick here, Omen86 says it's 350 Sunday. He says it's 350 Sunday. He keeps pushing. He wants to get to that 350. I mean, that would be a crazy number, Omen86. That definitely would be. And Herpy Derps, I appreciate the super chat, man. Definitely something worth thinking about, certainly. New Soul 9, you're saying, I hope to God Sony makes a live service in the God of War universe and I can create my own character. The combat in God of War is so satisfying. You know, that's such an interesting take, New Soul 9, because I feel like so many people, and I don't like that, so many people would say, oh my God, that's disgusting. Hell no. And I understand that initial gut reaction, but I do get what you're saying, man, where it's like the gameplay mechanics of God of War are very, very good, and they would translate better than I think some people would like to admit to, like, you know, a multiplayer space. But at the same time, like, it would, I think they did try, if I'm not mistaken, Sony Santa Monica did try to do some multiplayer with God of War in Ascension. And I don't know, man. Some people have said it was actually really good. But I don't know. I don't know if Sony would do that, man. I don't know if they would take it that far. All right, let me see here. Would it flop? Yeah, would it flop? I don't know. I don't know if the PlayStation fan base would receive that very well, or would be willing to, you know, embrace that with open arms. Chris Brown, you're saying, MBG, any PS5 recommendations? I own most, if not all, PlayStation exclusives, and Final Fantasy 16 as of recent. Any cool, interesting games you can recommend? That's a tough one. If you're saying you own all the PlayStation exclusives so far, I have to put a little bit of thought into that one. And Omen86, he's like, I'll do it myself, damn it. Omen86, dude, I've completely lost track of how many memberships you've gifted today, man. But we're at the 320 mark now, dude. Omen86 drops another 5 memberships.
Appreciate it.
And that brings us to 320 memberships on the day. Again, absolute insanity. Insanity here today. Really appreciate that level of support, man. It's, you know, you've clearly gone above and beyond here for the community. You know, I don't. I mean, look, man, I will say, this is maybe not. I don't know if you played this game. You said you played it, if like most of the PlayStation exclusives, but it's no longer exclusive. But a game that, like, I feel like I would recommend to people automatically, just because it was relatively popular, but it wasn't like, you know, like a 10 million seller or anything. But I think of Sifu, you know, like Sifu is a game that I don't think I've played anything quite like it ever, before or since. And it was one of the best experiences I had this generation so far. I know it's available on like Xbox now, but it's a tough game, man. And again, Chris, I don't know if you experienced it already or not. And I guess if you did, you already know. But if you haven't experienced Sifu, I would recommend trying it, man. Let me see. Kana was good. Kana was good. You're saying MBG Sifu is the perfect example of why you need to try more indies. I know, man. I know. I'm bad with that. It's tough because when I get immersed in the games I play, like these bigger AAA games, like I'm just like fully immersed, man. As in, like, I'm just in that game. Like right now, Remnant 2 is a great example. Like I'm not playing anything else but Remnant 2. Although, you know what? That's a lie. I will say I do still play some rounds of Dead by Daylight with my wife. But other than that, man, Chris, you're saying Sifu. Wow, totally forgot about that game. Gonna grab it. Thanks, MBG. Yeah, just keep in mind, man. Well, I know that they've added difficulty modes. I haven't played the game with the difficulty modes. Like, I don't know how easy the easy mode is, but it's one of my favorite games, man, and one of the best games I've played so far. It's a challenging one too. So I hope you enjoy it, man. I hope you do. Saying you're all about the difficulty. Yeah, if you like difficult games, then dude, you'll thrive with Sifu. I love that game. I hope they make another one. Oh, really quick, I just want to say, so I'm sure most of you know that Dead by Daylight recently brought Nick Cage to the game, right? Nicolas Cage. And I played the night that Nick Cage came out on the console, and it was so funny because we couldn't get any rounds. We had such a hard time playing rounds because nobody was playing Killer. Everybody was like, we just got to go play Survivor because we got to play as Nick Cage. So I don't know if the developers anticipated that, but I think we were sitting in lobbies for like 15 or 20 minutes just to get one match with a Killer. Pretty funny stuff. But yeah, it's so weird, man. If you play Dead by Daylight right now, like you just see Nicolas Cage running around everywhere. So strange. Yeah, he does have that kind of power. Let me see. The Furious with a $5 chat saying, I know you're not a Nintendo guy, but I had to say that their amazing first party are mostly the only games to spark that fire and give me that excitement. That's interesting. Yeah, I see that with a lot of people. I see that. Like a lot of people still have that kind of, I don't know, just like you said, that kind of excitement, and it lights that fire when they see certain game announcements, first party specifically from Nintendo. And I don't know, man. I don't share that. I don't know why. I don't know if maybe I just never really got as deeply into Nintendo as a lot of other people, but I can definitely recognize that there's just this kind of, it's weird in a way. Like there's always just this kind of hype for Nintendo games that I understand, but simultaneously don't understand. But I'm happy to hear that, man. You know, everybody has their own thing. IP Gaming says, congrats everyone on the memberships. 320 new members today, and existing memberships extended. Best community ever focused on gaming / PlayStation. I agree. I couldn't have said it any better myself, IP Gaming. I mean, shout out to the community, man. And it's always nice to see other community members showing their gratitude. Boss is really trying to come up here right now. Come on. Oh, all right. Boss wants to pay us all a visit right now. And thank you guys. Boss says, thank you for the memberships, everybody. And Omen86 drops another 5, dude. Omen86 with another 5 memberships. Bring us to 325. He just won't stop today. He just won't stop. I got to give you a holy shit for that, because goddamn, dude, you are like single-handedly keeping this thing going. And he just keeps going, man. Boss is aggressively licking my forearm for some reason. So, dude, Omen86, huge shout out to you today, man. Obviously, the MVP today, massive. He's saying 350. He wants to get to 350. Well, man, here's what I'll say. I'm going to quickly run through these other topics that I wanted to be sure to cover. I think I'm going to have to change the title of this stream, at least the second part of it, because for those wondering, by the way, and this is why I'm going to have to change it because we're almost 4 hours into the stream, the PS4 game that seemingly got canceled is Lost Soul Aside. This is coming from Push Square. They say Lost Soul Aside was one of the earlier Chinese indie games to really resonate globally, and its development cycle has been so protected that it was originally revealed during the early days of the PS4. Several years later, a new trailer from the China Joy convention suggests the game may have been canceled on Sony's last-gen console, as PS5 and a newly announced PC version are the only platforms attached. Lost Soul Aside is an action RPG developed on Unreal Engine 4 and planned for release on PS5 and PC, reads the blurb. It features a unique combat system, stunning graphics, and engaging story. The gameplay revolves around fluid and intense battles as players face a variety of powerful enemies and challenges. If it is indeed true that the PS4 version has been canceled, this trailer confidently illustrates why. The game, which has grown up a lot from its early tech demo days, shows the protagonist hoverboarding through an action-packed arena before facing off against a gigantic water deity using some special moves that see him transform into a cloud of particles. It's larger than life stuff, and this looks like a proper full-scale game now. So, yeah, we don't have like explicit are you gonna jump? What are you doing? All right. We don't have explicit confirmation that the PS4 version was canceled, but the fact that it's not listed seems to certainly suggest that that's exactly what happened. And I think this is a good thing, you know? IP Gaming says he's got to go run some errands. It's all good, man. This stream will probably be coming to an end very soon here, because I'm be honest, my voice is starting to go. That's why I want to make sure I get through these topics. But I appreciate anybody who could stop by for as long as they can, man. It means a lot. Lost Soul aside, though, man, I've been checking out these new gameplay trailers. They look really good. I mean, this game looks surprisingly fun, man. It's really giving me some Final Fantasy vibes, and I don't know. I don't want to get overly excited because I still need to see more, and we need a release date, but it's looking good. No release date yet. I think it's still targeting 2024, but saying, oh, I thought they canceled it completely. No. Just the PS4 version, seemingly, because they don't have it listed anymore. So again, I'm probably gonna have to change the title of this stream. I don't know. Maybe I'll change it to like PlayStation Studio discussion, because I feel like we had a long discussion over the course of the stream about PlayStation Studios in general. So that's the news for Lost Soul aside. Something else I want to mention here very quickly. Again, I don't have this listed, but we need to talk about these Spider-Man 2 accessories. I have another article here. Sony opened up pre-orders for its collection of Marvel Spider-Man 2 accessories earlier this week, with its custom console covers and DualSense controllers selling out pretty fast. While you can still purchase the hardware bundle, it seems scalpers have their eye on the prize when it comes to the aforementioned add-ons, as they're already being sold at tremendous markups on auction sites like eBay. A quick glance through recent listings reveals that the console covers, which have an official MSRP of around $65 US, are being flogged for anywhere from $150 all the way up to $200. Meanwhile, the DualSense is selling for up to $150 as well. It's worth noting that in all these cases, the scalpers are simply selling pre-orders, as the products won't ship until September 1st, so they don't even have the items in their hands. Crazy times. Obviously, it was always expected that demand would be high for these items, and they're limited edition, so it was inevitable they'd carry a significant markup. Still, it's always wild to see just how high the prices will rise on auction sites for sought-after items like this. As always, we'd recommend not paying the premium no matter how much you want these accessories. Let's hope Sony can add more stock on the PS Direct website. And it's worth noting, I think I read somewhere that I think it was Insomniac confirmed that I think it's very unlikely. They said it's unlikely that they're going to restock the plates. And so I don't know about you guys. I don't know how many of you guys tried to get these limited edition Spider-Man items. I was able to secure the controller and the plates. Now, the controller I was able to secure on PlayStation's Direct website. The plates, however, when I went to go get the Spider-Man covers, they were already sold out. And so I just immediately was like, I'm just going to go to GameStop.com and just see like if they happen to have them. And I must have got really lucky, dude, because as soon as I went on the website and typed that in, they were there. And I was like, oh, okay. I'll throw that in the cart and check it out. And hopefully they're able to actually fulfill my order, because I was kind of surprised. And that's it, man. I was just like, well, I feel lucky. New Soul 9, sorry, man. I almost missed your super chat here. $10 super chat. You're saying, MBG, I don't know if you saw a video about how you can talk with NPCs thanks to AI. I believe that gaming and ideas overall will be more creative with the help of AI because we as humans have limits. Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt that. We don't know the limits of AI. I mean, I don't know. Humans, it's hard to say if we have limits necessarily because we're still pushing, but either way, AI, we're so early in it, I don't doubt that, man. Like, I don't doubt that we could see some very, very interesting and unique things coming from AI in the video game industry. I think that we are just at the very, very early stages. But, 10, 15, even 20 years from now, I think we're going to see some absolutely insane stuff from AI. I just hope that it's handled in the right way. There's always like the kind of worry of like AI replacing humans and whatnot. And it's a touchy subject in a way where it's like we're still so early. We don't really, this is uncharted territory. We have to navigate these waters and see where we go with it. But I haven't seen that video though. How you can talk with an NPC. I'd be interested to see that. I'll have to go check that out. I think I saw it like in my recommended tab or something. So maybe it'll pop up again. But yeah, it'll be very interesting to see, man. The future of AI is as interesting as it is potentially terrifying, in my opinion. But yeah, really quick, getting back to these Spider-Man 2 accessories, it is a shame to see, it is a shame to see that there are so many people who really wanted to get their hands on these custom plates. And I don't know, do you think Sony purposely made a super limited number of the plates to sell separately in the hopes that people who are desperate enough will just buy another PS5 to get them? Because I don't know, man. I feel like Sony, I could see them being a little bit cheeky doing something like that. But yeah, I was lucky enough to secure them, and I don't know, man. I think it's just insane. It's insane to see the demand. You can tell like there's just so much excitement for Spider-Man 2. There's so much hype for Spider-Man 2 that, I mean, even something like this, just custom plates and controllers, they're gone, man. They're like almost instantaneously gone. It's a shame to see them being scalped, unfortunately. But saying why they wouldn't be limited edition if they, yeah, that's true. That is true. Yeah, I guess it's just because it's like I'm not used to this with the PlayStation 5. I'm used to everything being like just there in, for good, where it's like, hey, you want different color plates, they're there. You want different color controllers and DualSenses, they're there. You want the DualSense Edge, it's there. And yeah, this is like really the first time. I think the only other time was maybe with the God of War DualSense, which I gotta get my hands on that, man. I feel bad because I missed that one. But yeah, it's cool to see the hype and the excitement for it, but it's also a shame to see that it's driving some people nuts. All right, so I want to move on to the next topic here. I'm sorry I'm blowing through these so quickly, but I got to talk about this. Another write-up from Push Square says, wow, what a start for the new subsidiary PlayStation Productions, which has crushed yet another project. Those of you who have been keeping a close eye on the division will have witnessed Uncharted become a box office success, HBO's The Last of Us go on to become one of the biggest series of the year, and now Twisted Metal has defied all expectations with a very respectable fresh rating on Rotten Tomatoes. The gory grindhouse comedy didn't appeal to all critics, but we liked it a lot in our review, and its 65% rating is very respectable, especially after those initial showings failed to impress. In fact, the audience score is even higher, sitting at a seriously impressive 91% overall. We've only read and seen positive comments from franchise fans, and we concur that this is a fun weekend binge if you have the appetite for a zany, off-the-wall experience. Next up for Sony's new adaptations team is Gran Turismo, and would you bet against it at this point? While we think the marketing is leaning a little too heavy into the true story angle, the racing scenes look incredible, and we have confidence in the cast. So, yeah, I had to talk briefly about this Twisted Metal TV series. So I haven't watched the whole thing yet. I started watching it last night with my wife, and we're 2 episodes in. I think there's 10 episodes in total. And I got to tell you guys, you're saying it's at a 93% audience score now? That's crazy. I understand why. I'm watching it, and just based off the first 2 episodes, it's so much better than it had any right to be. I just really didn't think they were going to be able to pull this off and make a decently good show based on Twisted Metal. I'd say it's even, I mean, so far it's landing, dude. Like, the car combat is there. The cars are heavily involved. The story, I want to put this out there. Knowing that Sony's making a new Twisted Metal game, this show, the concept of this show is good. As in, like, if they were to make this into a game, it would translate really, really well. So if you decide to watch this, it's available on, I think, Peacock streaming service. If you decide to watch this, pay attention to that, that setup they have for the plot here, because that would be really good, man. And it makes me happy. It really does make me happy, because it just goes to show that whoever is in charge at PlayStation or at Sony of these adaptations, they know what they're doing. Like, they actually are treating it with respect. And I don't want to spoil anything for anybody who wants to watch it, but there are some nods and some Easter eggs to the game, which normally I would have thought are super out of place, but the tone of the show, they nailed it. And these little nods and Easter eggs that they put in there that are kind of, they're for the fans and people who play the games. They're really, really cool, man. And I'm curious to see how many more there are. Sweet Tooth is, I mean, it's just insane. I don't know how else to put it. I really thought that I wasn't going to really enjoy Anthony Mackie as the character John Doe, but he does a great job, man. Like, Anthony Mackie's a good actor, dude. He's doing good. I appreciate it. I appreciate what he's doing with the show, what he's bringing to it. Hanzo says he's got to go. We'll see everybody next week. All right, dude. Yeah, we're going to be ending the stream here momentarily in just a couple minutes. So I appreciate the support you showed today, Hanzo, and we'll see you, man. Smurf, you're saying Will Arnett. Absolutely. Yeah, Will Arnett. I forgot about that. Yeah, Will Arnett does he does the voice of Sweet Tooth. Yeah, and Samoa Joe, I think, does he's actually playing Sweet Tooth. He's really nailing his kind of like presence and I don't know. It's just so good. It's good, man. Like, I don't want to oversell it. I don't want to make it sound like it's amazing. It's like, oh my God. But it's exactly what it should be in the best possible way. It doesn't take itself too seriously, and it gets really ridiculous at times, but it gets ridiculous in the best kind of way where it just works, man. So I recommend it. I don't know. It's tough. I didn't want to subscribe to Peacock for this. I really didn't. And even when I subscribed, there's still ads. Like, dude, it's still playing ads in the middle of these are half-hour episodes. It's annoying as hell just because it's like, dude, I'm not used to that. Like, when I subscribe to these services, I'm used to just, I don't know, maybe I subscribe to like the lowest tier or something. But it's good, man. And it gets me excited to see what they're going to do with the game, man. It really does. I think they could have something good going on here. I do. Sony's doing a great job with their PlayStation productions. And Omen86, who's got 3 gifted memberships in a row here, he drops another 5 memberships, man. Omen86 just will not stop. He is an absolute machine today. Still going, dropping another 5, dude.
Thank you.
Omen86, thank you, bro. Thank you. Let me get that up here. And so, yeah, I think this would maybe be a good place to end the show today, man. I do just want to say the only topic that I wasn't able to get to And maybe we'll get to it next stream. If not, it's not a big deal. I don't think it's not like major news, but basically Dreams Media Molecule specifically saying that they could not find a sustainable path to maintain Dreams as a live service, leading to its demise, unfortunately. But yeah, guys, I think this is a great point where we can end this insane stream. Like, I mean, really, I gotta give my outro here. Okay. The first thing I want to say is just congratulations to the community here, to everybody who contributed. The MVP today, obviously, is Omen86. I mean, this guy, he went crazy today. Well over 100 gifts, probably well beyond that. But everybody who contributed, you know who you are. We have some very, very, very generous community members, people who are just constantly growing this community and growing the memberships. And it's always genuinely surprising, especially days like today. Like, guys, I don't mean to keep hammering this home, but it's important to understand that, like, I always wonder going into streams how they're going to do based on the topics, right? Like, I never really know, like, what topics are going to be more interesting to people, what topics are going to bring more people in, what topics are going to be more engaging to people. And today, you know, the weekend was very quiet, and I put out a video on Friday, and I feel like, you know what, we pretty much, there aren't too many topics to cover, like, certainly nothing major. So I'll get the topics that are there, and I'll do a stream. And you know, on days where there's not a whole lot of topics or any kind of breaking news or anything, I usually anticipate, like, these streams will probably be short. And my wife's going to kill me. I got to stop saying this. Like, I even said to her, like, oh, today will probably be a shorter stream, you know, maybe just 2 hours or something like that. And she always tells me, like, don't even say it. Don't even say it. Don't say that. And I'm like, no, I'm pretty sure though. And then it turns into be an over 4-hour stream, because it's like, this is where it's not just because of the membership gifting. Like, that is one part of it, of course, a big part of it, but also those of you who super chat, you guys kind of helps, you get my mind going in different directions that I just wasn't even thinking of or prepared for. And it just leads to different conversations. And it's frankly why I love streaming so much, because it's just a great, it's so much different than videos. I like videos, but videos have to, you know, they have to be kind of concise and to the point. And with streams, they flow in a way with the community, thanks to the community, that we can just kind of, you know, who knows where we're going to go, man. And that on top of just the incredible support. I mean, really, you know, you guys are making dreams come true over here, legitimately. I can't thank you enough. It's something that never ceases to amaze me or surprise me. So Omen86 is still in the chat. 350. Dude, he's like possessed. He's like 350. 350. We need to get 350. It's all good. Dude, trust me. It's all good, man. We are sitting at 330 members today. I started with a goal of 50 members, and I thought that was way too high. And you guys brought it to 330 somehow. So believe me, we are good, man. You're saying, what are my wants for PlayStation going forward? I'll have to save that topic, man. I could go on for days about that. What do I want from PlayStation going forward? And New Soul 9, dude, thank you so much for that, man. That's a very, very kind gesture here. New Soul 9 drops a $20 super chat saying, just want to drop you a quick $20. Dude, thanks, man. Thank you, man. That's what I'm talking about. Like, you guys are just so kind and generous. It's very special, man. Omen86 is saying, who wants another 20? Chat, I know some people are heading out, but Omen86 is out here asking, who wants another 20? I don't know, man. That's Omen86 is went absolutely berserk today. Actually saying me, damn, dude. NBG, you saw several videos about what New Soul 9 talked about. It's quite impressive. It can be implemented on any game. Basically, the AI uses the internet to look up lore and answer questions. It's very realistic. Damn, dude. That's insane. See, that's like insane. This is where you see technology is just it's advancing to a level. I don't feel like I'm fully ready for this, man. And let me see here. So Smurf says, sure. I mean, why not, assuming I'm not putting you in debt? Yeah, hopefully not, man. Hopefully not. But yeah, New Soul 9, I appreciate that, man. And let me see here. So the last thing I'll say is we're sitting at 337 likes. We still have 260 people here, which is awesome. The only other thing I'm going to ask you guys before you head out is please just hit that like button on your way out. I think we could easily crush 350 likes if we really want to push it. I don't know if we'll be able to. Let's see if we can get the 400 likes. It helps with YouTube's algorithm a lot. And Crucifixion comes in and he drops a $5 donation here. Crucifixion, I appreciate that, bud. You guys are just so generous, man. The support, I don't know if I should apologize or not. I feel like I just really do sound like a broken record. I don't mean to sound like that. I know it's a bit overwhelming, but thank you, man. Thank you, Crucifixion. Where's the Porsche MVG? Yeah, I don't think a Porsche. I don't know, man. I'm not really that kind of person, you know. I don't. Even if I had the money, I don't think I would buy a sports car, dude. I don't know. I'm just not that kind of person. I'm not that guy, you know. I'm not that guy. All right. So yeah, hit that like button. I do want to give one other shout out. So obviously, big shout out to this community. Big shout out to this community. I got to give one more shout out to Devil Shooter. But before I could do that, we got Big MP who's coming in. He wants to get another 5 in. Big MP drops another 5 memberships. I don't know how many it is total from you, Big MP, but quite a bit. The GOAT, he drops another 5. He brings us to 335. 335 on the day. So please tell me, which soundbite would you like? A soundbite to end the stream. Which one? Choose wisely. Choose wisely, man. It's in your hands. Yeah, GOAT's in the chat, man. You want Arnold? There's an Arnold for you, man. And Omen86. Omen86 gives another 5. You guys, even at the tail end of this stream, you guys are like, let's do it, man. Let's keep it going. Omen86 drops 5. And Exley3000 still here with us, drops another 5. Guys, we are at 345. You know what? Nobody else gift. Nobody else gift. All right? Everybody calm down. Calm down. I owe it to you guys. It's the least. I got to drop 5, man. Allow me to drop the last 5. Omen86 said he wanted to get to 350. It's literally the least I could do. Let me drop these 5 for you guys. Before I could even do it, I'm too slow with it. Hellbound's like, no, I'm dropping the last 5. And New Soul 9, dude, New Soul 9 says, have another $20. Dude, New Soul, thank you, man. New Soul 9 saying, have another $20. And here's Hellbound 1981 saying, I'm going to get it to 350. 350 Sunday. I got to bring it to 355. I wish I wasn't so slow with this. I got to bring it to 355, guys. At some point, I'm going to have to start doling out more membership gifts. But look at you guys. Why is this always such a process for me, though? Hold on. I'm gonna drop this last 5. You give me a second. I don't know why my phone's messing with me here. All right, there we go. There we go. So we're gonna finish today off at 355. Okay, I gotta. I mean, I know that's not anywhere near enough of a thank you to you guys. Certainly not. I wanted to try to get that last 5, but Hellbound's like, nah, bro, I'm getting it. But really, though, I just got to end this stream by saying you guys are an incredible community. it is a dream come true. It is genuinely an honor and a privilege to be able to do this and to see this level of support that I certainly do not expect, but yet you guys bring it, and you bring it strong, man. I think this community is going to go places in the future. I think this entire channel is going to go places in the future, and I don't mean that in like a pompous way. I mean that as in like, I think we're in this for the long haul, and I am a PlayStation. One thing that's made clear is I am a PlayStation focused channel, but it's clear that many of you guys are here not just for PlayStation, but just you like me as a content creator, you like me as a person, and that means a lot to me, man. It does, and I don't think me just simply saying thank you properly conveys the level of gratitude that exists there. But just know that you guys make all the difference in the world. You do. You have a massive impact on not just this channel, but my life in general. And again, like just the level of motivation, the level of excitement that is present here, the level of passion, I would say, that's present is higher than it's ever been. And so we're going to keep this thing going, man. I mean, in the US, I don't know if, I'm pretty sure it's like this in the US. I don't know if it's like this for the rest of the world, but Sunday is considered the start of a new week. And what a hell of a way to start out the week, man. So thank you guys so much for the support you show. And Wrench coming in with a super chat saying, love you, man. Enjoy the rest of your day. Well, you too. I hope all you guys enjoy the rest of your day as well. Hopefully get some good gaming in. Whatever it is you want to do, hang out with family, hang out with friends, eat some good food, whatever it is, man. Enjoy your Sunday. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to chill out actually, you know what? I think I got a little bit of yard work to do, ironically enough. After the stream, I got a little bit of yard work I got to do. Whoa. Meanwhile, my cats are over there going berserk. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to enjoy some food, enjoy some gaming, watch some more Twisted Metal. Omen86 says, today was a good day. It was, man. Thank you, guys. Omen86, the MVP. I'm just still shocked. I know I'm still talking, but 355 memberships, that is next level, dude. I mean, that really is next level. I can't believe it. And New Soul 9 with another $5 super chat saying, hit that like button. Let's get this man to 100K. Yeah, dude. So I think YouTube, I think New Soul 9 and everybody else, I think YouTube is picking up on my schedule. Sometimes YouTube's algorithm can punish you for being super sporadic. And because I've been sticking to the schedule where it's like 3 days streaming at a specific time, 3 days of videos at a specific time, YouTube seems to be favoring that a little bit more, and it kind of detects that pattern. And I think because of that, it's spreading my content out more evenly, because I am gaining more subscribers now at a more even rate, to whereas when I didn't have a schedule, it was like all over the fucking place. Like I was losing subs, I was gaining subs, I was losing even more, then gaining even more. It was crazy. But it's a little bit more consistent now, and I look forward to when we can get to 100K, man. That's going to be a fun time. I can imagine us doing like a 100K special stream. Who knows what'll happen on that stream, but it'd be fun nonetheless. So, but thank you guys. I'm going to end it here, because if I don't, I'm just going to keep talking and keep thanking you. But appreciate you guys. I'll just say this: we have 355 new members today. There's 234 people still here, so you guys are going to get a little tease. I was really unsure if I should say this, because I'm afraid if I'm not able to do it, people might be upset. But my plan, okay, it's a plan, so it could fall apart, is so many people have been asking me to play Sekiro. Keep in mind it could change. My plan is to put out content for you guys. I'm hoping this Saturday of my first time ever playing Sekiro. I might regret this. I might really regret this, but it should be fun if I can do it. Where I'm basically going to record myself for the first hour, like ever, like first time touching the game, first hour, and that'll be like a members exclusive video. I really, like I said, I want to try to add significant value to my memberships, content that is different, that can stand on its own, and that my members can thoroughly enjoy. So that's my goal. Okay. If I can't stick to that plan this week, make no mistake, it's something I am going to do for you, but hopefully we can get that done. So Arthur Morgan had a plan. That was Dutch that had a plan. You meant Dutch. You butchered the joke. It's all good, man. I picked it up. I have a plan, Arthur. All right, that does it, guys. Hit that like button. Shout out to Devil Shooter, who does the timestamps for the stream. If you see Devil Shooter in the comments, give him a thank you. He does a great job, and we really appreciate everything you do for the channel, man. But that does it. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, guys. I'll catch you here again Tuesday, same time, same place, 12 p.m. Eastern with our next stream. And until then, take care, everyone.